What's up? Yes, so we were offered the Blackburn job, and I thought, you know what? Sure, because we managed to win League Two with Leighton, we won League One with Leighton, but they never had any money because they're Leighton Orient, and the ground was like 8,000, 9,000 something. There was no way we were ever going to expand it, and I wanted to get in the Premier League and get a decent sized stadium and a decent sized club, play for a decent club. So we took the job. No Sharon Britton. No. I think we got a decent owner this time. They do expect results, so we have to do well in that regard. Billy Mitchell. I'm sure that was a character on EastEnders. I mean, our transfer kitty this year is 46 million quid, and we have 125 million in the bank. So we are fucking minted. Look at this. So we signed Soonsup Bell, who I think is pretty decent young player. Not perfect, but reasonably quick. Decent flair, decent determination, decent finishing. Should do a job at this level. Scored goals for us when he came to us on loan. Went to Huddersfield, they didn't play him. Went to Sunderland, this was last season, scored 13 goals in the Championship. That's decent. So, yeah, happy to have him. How many of these lads? Todd Cantwell obviously is good to have. He's a decent player. Jaden Anthony as well. Really happy to have Jaden Anthony. Nice and quick. Good young lad. So this could be an interesting season. Can we keep this lot happy? Because that's the problem. Is some of these lads are, you know, Premier League players. which players do I want to sign from Leyton Orient? We immediately went and poached that left back that we know is good. Went and bought him. Who else is good? I mean, we could try and get Nikolai Muller, but I don't know if he's got championship level quality. I really don't. George Moncur, 32. We don't want to go get him.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Cardgood just resubbed for 14 months.
Thank you. Rosier, I'm sorry that you are up at 4 in the morning with poo spraying out of your backside. That's no fun. That's no fun. Ashley Phillips not training well. Todd Campbell not training well. Hate to see that. Hate to see that. Soonsup Bell with a preseason hat-trick. That's good. That's good. Let's see how we do against Knack Brader. Maybe we get this lad on loan. Look, stupid game. Dolan. Keen to discuss future. Tyrese Dolan wants to talk about an improved contract. Sure. Sure, yeah. Okay, we'll do that. Let's have a look at him. How do you do in the Prem? Not great. He could dribble. He's very fit. He's got decent acceleration, work rate. Good determination. 24 though, and not really doing it. He's one of the better players at the club though, and he's been here the whole time. He really isn't very good, and he is on 20 grand a week. Important player who could still improve. I've been introducing my partner to Triforce. We're on the Bodega season, so really early on. He's been really enjoying it. I'm still on episodes from earlier this year. I apologize. No, you're not going to go to Middlesbrough. Don't be ridiculous. Todd Cantwell, you're staying put. We need quality. We intend to get out of this division this year. I've promised several people that, including Arimu, set to move to Morecambe, including Ashley Phillips, who's our young central defender. You don't need to be tall to be a winger. Cheltenham have made an approach to sign Cale Headley on a free transfer. Sorry, Cale Headley. I wonder where this lad is shortlisted. Former Man U central defender. It's good in the air. Sign you as a future prospect. I'll yoink you. Can we talk about the TV show Friends? Can we talk about that? I don't feel like there's been a sitcom of that type, that sort of classic style sitcom. 3/4 studio, you know, 3/4 as in there's 3/4 of a room, fourth wall is the stage, like filmed that way. Old fashioned, live audience, on a stage. It was probably the last one, right, of that kind. When did Friends end? 2003? Something like that? 2004. So oh, Big Bang Theory. Here's the thing, is Big Bang Theory, is it even comparable to the success of Friends? I don't know if it is. Friends was so big in the way that The Office is, right? Like, I'd say The Office is as successful as Friends was. The Office is like the #1 show on streaming platforms and shit. It's like everybody fucking loves The Office. And a bunch of people that were in The Office have gone on to have other careers and stuff like that. The Big Bang Theory is huge. Although the initial reception was mixed, the show went on to receive more positive reception. Rotten Tomatoes has an 81% approval rating from critics.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Well,
JMK7 just resubbed for 10 months.
ratings.
Morning Flax.
Thank you. So, viewership rank, good God. From season 1 was 68, season 2 was 40th, season 3 was 12th, season 4 was 13th, season 5 was 8th, and then season 6 to 12 were ranked 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, and 2 in terms of viewers. It's insane. That is insane. So it was competing with Judge Judy and Wheel of Fortune to be #1. I am fascinated to think that this is for some people. You will meet someone in your life, and it would be like, what's your favorite TV show of all time? Oh man, it's got to be Big Bang Theory. It's got to be Big Bang Theory. Oh, it's just so good, isn't it? It is just so good. Really? Yeah, I think it's the best show ever made. Really? Really? That's fascinating. I will say this: although Big Bang Theory was very successful, I think I don't know anyone who despises The Office. Like, I don't think I know anyone who has seen a lot of The Office is like, fucking hate that show because it's just too good, right? Like, it's almost I think it's universally loved. It's just one of those shows, and I don't think you could even look back at it. I mean, for me, it's the best sitcom. I can't think of anyone who hates. You hate The Office? All right, Maddock. I'm gonna say that is an utterly bizarre opinion. I don't know what you could dislike about it. No, the US Office. The UK Office I don't like. It feels mean-spirited. I'm talking about the US Office. The US Office is nowhere near as cringe as the UK Office. Jake Garrett. Yeah, you can have Jake Garrett. Frasier was big, and I think Frasier was fantastic. I've watched every episode of Frasier at least once, and when my youngest was born, and I was pre-Dota stuff, and I was sitting around watching TV, there were two shows that I watched. I watched every episode of Next Gen in sequence from start to finish, and I watched every episode of Frasier over the course of like a year, because they played like 3 or 4 episodes a day on Channel 4 in the morning, and we would be down there. She's playing on the playmat. I'm looking after her and feeding her stuff, and I've got Frasier going, and I love that show. I absolutely love that show. Seinfeld was pre-Friends. It was like Seinfeld, then Friends, I want to say. Frasier was around that time. That was the kind of... Those were the big sitcoms. Seinfeld was huge. Seinfeld was absolutely huge. Yeah, Home Improvement was very big. Roseanne was a terrific show. Really, really, really good. Yeah, it was 99 when Seinfeld ended, so I guess it was running at the same time as Friends. But I think Seinfeld certainly has more longevity. What's up, Iozi? Is anything worrying you? Having a little issue settling in the area. What about a short leave of absence? That would be hugely appreciated. Okay. 30 days. Take some, you know what, Iozi? Take some time. Go and have a break. And then when you're ready, come on back. Jake Batty, an improved contract. I told the last manager about my concerns, and your arrival hasn't changed the situation. Can you offer me assurances that discussions on improved terms? Absolutely. Absolutely I can. Look, I've just got here. You know, just got here, Jake. I've been here 5 minutes. I've been here 5 minutes. But I'd be happy to offer you a contract. Absolutely. Let me talk to your agent, all right? We'll get back to you. We left Orient. I have also arranged a friendly with Orient to see if any of their players are good enough to get some idea of how good we are. Because this lot got relegated, but we've managed to hold on to most of the team. And I can see why they weren't good enough for the Premier League. They didn't have a striker, for one thing. But I reckon we could do something. Who's this? John Buckley. I think I need John. And I'm definitely not going to sell him to Forest. I'm sorry. You want to have a chat about that? Okay, what's the problem? I can't afford to lose you. What? Do you want a pay rise? He's not happy with how I've dealt with this. All right. John Buckley is a great name. So I was at Orient for 4 seasons, and we got 2 title wins and a cup win. And I wanted to move to a bigger club. I wanted to get closer. I want to get in the Prem. I want to get a big, big job. So I'm thinking Orient, we're not going to get that. It's going to be hard to get out of the Premier League. If we do get out of the Premier League, I mean, we'll probably get like £1 million to sign players with. It's going to be almost impossible. So I just thought, you know, let's take the right move career-wise. Blackburn, probably the biggest club in the Championship this season. A lot of money, big stadium, a lot of history. We can get back up there. We can bring the glory days back to Blackburn. Wanted to test myself. Squad unhappy with the treatment of Colin Murphy. Listen. What's the problem, boys? Let John leave. We'll be a much weaker side without him. Alright, well, I guess John Buckley is leaving. You're idiots. Alright, well, there you go. I guess we're going to just be selling players now. I hope that makes you guys happy. We don't want John Buckley to leave. He's really good. You guys are fucking idiots, if I may say so. I've been here 2 minutes. No wonder you got relegated last season. You should let one of our best players leave. You should be staying here. Not selling Phillips. Joe Barden. Yep, you can loan Joe Barden. Liam Scales. Not going to loan him out. We might need him. John Buckley. Blocked by the board. Well, the board want 12.5 for him. Hi, is that Feyenoord? Yeah, I've spoken to my board and 12.75. Final offer. We'll see if they come back. So, Larost, I would say that your take is the weird take. When you say this is a weird take, are you saying your take is weird, or Inane Insanity's take is weird? Because I think your take is the weirder one, given that there is no argument that the UK office is far more cringe and uncomfortable than the US office. Like, I'm stunned that you even think that. They even had to change it. Because there were no likable characters, really, in the UK office. Other than Tim, right? Like, Tim is, like, vaguely a normal guy. And I can't remember the name of the secretary in the UK version. She was Pam. It was Pam and Jim in the US one. But I'm sure he was Tim in the UK one. She might have still been Pam. Anyway, the UK one is unbelievably cringy. Unbelievably cringy. And I mean, they literally, season 1 of the US office tries to be the UK office. And everybody's horrible. And they're really unpleasant. And it didn't work. As a series, like, it really did not work. And it was not going well. And then they America-fied it, which is they come in and they're like, okay, we want him to be the butt of the joke, but he can't just be unpleasant. He can't just be mean. UK comedy is very cruel. It can be extremely cruel. Think about Blackadder, right? Blackadder is horrible to everybody. He's like a smug prick. But he's also, people don't mind because it's funny, right? They tried making Red Dwarf in the US. Red Dwarf USA. This was the pilot.
Even has its own zero-gravity football stadium. My name is Holly. I'm the ship's computer.
Recognize her?
I have an operating IQ of 6,000. The same IQ as 6,000 PE teachers. This is First Officer Munson. He's dead.
But it's not the career setback it used to be.
This Munson is a hologram. Since he's a projection, he can't touch anything except himself.
So basically, my sex life is unchanged.
We wish all our new recruits a warm welcome. Please proceed now to your assigned zone.
Sector 16? Oh, must have made a wrong turn somewhere. You should have made a left at the last intersection, Crichton. Be quiet, sparehead one. I know what I'm doing. Boy, I hate backseat drivers.
Weekly chicken soup machine.
All right, can mister.
Yes, sir, Mr. Pillar, sir.
Well. 2 scutters goofing off. Unbelievable. Okay, buddy, what's your number? Are you eyeballing me?
Whew. So that didn't work. It did not work. Wait, there's an In-Betweeners USA? Alright, it stars a lad called... There's a character in it called Simon Cooper, played by a guy called Bubba. Bubba Lewis.
Phone.
What?
Nothing. Welcome to Grove High.
Get to class!
It wasn't my idea to transfer here. But it also wasn't my idea for my dad to run off with his secretary and leave my mom with no way to pay my private school fees. But this place is real, and try to put a fee on that.
Oh, I think these are my sister's pants.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything, but you have a rhinestone butterfly in the back.
Oh, son of a bitch.
All right, there's Carly. Give it. Give him the ball. You really think throwing a football will make a girl like you?
Yeah, it makes her see him as an athlete. It's subliminal advertising.
It's the opposite of subliminal, actually.
That's true. It's liminal.
Not a word.
You know we don't like you, right?
Well, so liminal is a word. Oh well. What is with the music? Can't, like, they have to fill, like, so with the US office, I feel like the fact that they brought over the original team and they kept the silent
jump, Alistair.
background noise of the
Gillibrand
office
just
vibe.
resubbed for 67 months. I don't get the point of shows using laugh tracks to underline the supposedly funny parts. Then again, being German, I don't get fun.
It's a fair question. I would say that bear in mind, if you're in an audience, I don't know if you guys have ever been to live stand-up. When you watch it at home, you genuinely don't laugh as much as you do when you're surrounded by other people laughing. Like, laughter is contagious. It really is. And when you put the laugh track on, it's not a laugh track. Like, a fake laugh track is no good. But bear in mind, a lot of those shows, Seinfeld, Friends, Frasier, were filmed in front of a live audience. And that live audience is genuinely laughing. And it makes the sitcom the classic sitcom is essentially a stage show. You're watching a stage show. And that's why when you do filmed from afar, like a film style, like that was, which was, essentially filmed, I mean, there was no laugh track there, right? If there weren't any laughs. There was no laugh track there at all. It was just filmed. So yeah, thinking the US office is better as the world's biggest pleb filter. I think it's much better. I think the UK office was very clever, but I haven't rewatched it. I've rewatched the US office a bunch. I think it's a brilliant show. US shows are much better at saying, I mean, here's the thing. You think the UK is the crowning achievement of comedy. There were 6 episodes of Blackadder in each season. 6. The US office is like, what, 24, 25 episodes per season? And there are some shows in the mid, some seasons in the middle there that are so good. And they did that over that length of time. That's incredible. The Simpsons, they managed, let's ignore season 1 because it's kind of, it's very dated now. It's very sluggish. If you look at The Simpsons in its peak, it's the greatest sitcom ever made. It's incredible. I still quote it now. It was seminal television and unbelievable. Unbelievable. Blackadder, they managed 6 episodes a season. 6. It was written by like 2 guys. All our stuff is made on a fucking shoestring. I mean, the Simpsons has become what it is now, which is terrible. But no, absolutely. But the Red Dwarf US, let's just bear in mind, guys, the shows we're pointing at as being stupid failed. The In-Betweeners USA failed, right? The Red Dwarf USA failed. US Office was a success. And Ricky Gervais and Steve Merchant stayed with the show, right? So you had the original creators coming over and molding the show with Americans for a different audience. And it's a different thing. People don't want to sit down and be depressed when they watch TV in America. British people love to be depressed. We fucking love it. We love it. We crave depression and sadness in all things. We hate to see successful people having fun. We want everything to be fucking miserable because we're miserable. British people are incredibly fucking miserable, and if someone's happy, what's he fucking happy about? What's he got to be happy, fucking cunt? We hate everything. So the UK office works in the UK. It doesn't work in the States. They're positive people. The German office? No way. No way. There was no German office. Stromberg? Is that it? Stromberg?
Let's get you sat down.
Okay.
I'm the head of this family. Always start with a joke.
Okay, that's not it. Stromberg. It was one of the most successful sitcoms on German television, based on The Office. All right, we got to watch some Stromberg. Just stop, Germany, all right? Just stop. Just dub over our stuff. Look how inefficiently he's doing that task. Yeah, look, he has his pencils on the left, and then he has the paper on the right. He has to do like this, reaching and writing. It's so inefficient. Oh, you would never see this in a German office. It is so cringe. Das ist so cringe. Let's get our set piece takers sorted. Can anyone here take a penalty? Wow, set piece is not a strength for this team. We needed someone who can take set piece as well. Corners and free kicks. Who have you got? God, Gustavo Hammer is out injured. Who's this? Nedim Barami. Scout that lad. Eamon Barcock. Scout Barcock as well, please. I wanted to ask, what's some of the biggest changes from FM22? Well, it's the number's been incremented by 1. It's about managing football teams. They changed a couple of things in the UI. Essentially, if you had given someone FM22 and said, we want you to make a new version of this that's going to really be exciting and have a bunch of new features, I would like you to make, like, we're going to make FM23. So we want FM22, that's our, like, template. Really expand on it and go nuts. They'd be like, okay. If they came back to you with this, you'd say, so this took you a year? That's pretty much where we're at. It's as usual. I wouldn't even call it incremental, because an incremental change feels like they're adding stuff. This feels like all the recent FMs, but they just sort of move the pieces around slightly and change the UI a bit, but essentially the functionality is the same. What leagues do I load at the start? I always go for UK, France, Germany, Netherlands, Italy, Spain, Scotland. So Scotland is included like as a full league. Russia, China, Brazil, Argentina, USA, Mexico, and then Belgium. I think Greece and Turkey, and Portugal. So quite a few. Would I want it to change drastically? No, but I would love it if they did something like, for example, it really looked fantastic. Like the in-game match engine was really exciting and looked awesome. But it never, I mean, it looks better this year, don't get me wrong. They've definitely done something, but not much. Do you know what I mean? Like, they haven't done a huge amount. But I don't know how big the dev team is. I mean, they only have one of the top-selling PC games every year, I think. Pretty sure. James Tarkovsky. Palmer want James Tarkovsky. Does he want to leave? Wants to leave. Alright, James, you can go. Liam Scales. Wants to move to a bigger club. Who's in for him? You don't want to go to any of these. John Buckley, Forest have made an offer for him. I'm sorry, but that is insufficient moolah. They didn't offer enough money. I want 9 million quid. 9 million quid for you. One thing that annoys is they used to have something called Wibble Wobble, which was with ball, without ball, and you could set your transfers, your tactics by essentially deciding where your players would, when you had the ball, where what their rough formation was going to be, and without the ball, what their rough formation was going to be. So you could really do some good things, like, for example, you could say without the ball, I want the wingers to tuck in, or I want my midfield to spread out. Whatever you want. I want this striker to stay up and this one to drop deep. And now you just have to trust that you know what the difference between a false nine, a deep line forward, and a pressing forward with the support instruction. You just need to know, oh, a deep line forward, is that going to be deeper than a target man on support? Is that going to be deeper than a false nine or further higher up? It's like that. So I think it was easier to just do it yourself previously. Whereas now it's like, now it's all on a slider sort of thing. Final offering 10.25 million. That is not enough money. I'm sorry. Look, it's really simple. You guys are not offering sufficient funds for my players. Lewis Ferguson. Sammy Braybrook. Christian Norgard. Quite like the look of this lad. Very fit, just gets up and down all day. Might need him to replace an outgoing player. I quite like this lad. I quite like this lad. But do we like Sammy Braybrook more? I don't think so. Sammy is probably a better attacking footballer, but I don't think he's as good. Let's talk to his agent. Would you guys take 11 million quid and 20% of a future profit? How about we remove that then? Finalize offer. Okay, 14 and a half. I'm going to hand it over to Greg Broughton, see if he can negotiate. Yeah, we'll have a chat with our director of football, Greg Broughton, and he'll sort the contract out. John Ketley is weatherman, weatherman, weatherman. John Ketley is weatherman, and so is Michael Fish, and so is. Oh. Song by A Tribe of Toffs. (2023). I'll be honest with you, I've really enjoyed this version so far. I think the match engine is really good this year. There are some mistakes. Apparently, long balls are hard for your defenders to deal with. I think this guy's a good signing. I think he's a good signing. Who is our current right back? What's the situation at right back? Callum Britton. I like that young man more than I like Callum Britton. I'll say that. What was he promised? What was he promised? A lot of these lads want out, which is an ish, but we brought in some decent players, I think. We signed that young left back that we had at Leighton. We play essentially two up front, attacking midfielder behind a striker, two attacking wingers, which is why it's important for us to have we've got 3 players who could be the young player of the year. Richard Ross, Colin Murphy, and Ashley Phillips. That's cool. What about, who's this? Ethan McCormack. Can we scout that lad, please? Report, fully scout. Matthew Williams. Yep. Report, fully scout. And Kai Headley. Oof. Report. Fully scout. Yes, I want to know who these young men are. Didn't they just get relegated? That makes sense. A whole. Yes, of course, of course. It's just, you know, you'd hope that some of them would want to stay, but no. So I promised Ashley Phillips, our 21-year-old superstar defender, promised him we will get promoted this season. And I think we can achieve that. I think we have a very strong squad. If we do have any weaknesses in the squad, we have the money to fix that. And, you know, we're a decent club, pretty big club. I think we could do it. That lad's haircut is unbelievable. Sekou Mara had a bust up with me? Did he really? I must have missed that. Young boys make an offer for Mara. Yeah, get rid. I don't want unhappy, miserable bastards around the club. Yeah, obviously, this is me talking to the press now. Yeah, obviously, coming into a club like Blackburn, you know, as a southerner especially, you know, you've got to learn a bit of the culture. They eat different things up here. A lot of dripping, a lot of ales. You know, they eat rats straight out of the bin. They just eat rats, and they live like animals. That's the north, and you've got to adapt. I can't understand a word they're saying half the time, but they understand me. I just speak loudly. It's like when you go to Spain on holiday, you just raise your voice, they'll get you. So yeah, it's been a bit of a transition, and obviously quite a few of the players want to leave because we went down. So what they got to understand, I think, is that they're the ones who sent us down in the first place. Oh, we need a new background. We need a new background. We need a new background. We need a Blackburn background. And it needs to be quite northern. There you go, Buckley. You got your dream moves off Forest. Generic manager interview hole. No, I need one with a suitable background. I need one that says, this man is speaking to you from the north. And I'm also wearing a suit And there's also Blackburn stuff behind me, so somebody needs to do that. Also, I want to point something out. Look at the hole. My head is not actually shaped like an egg. It does now. I mean, it does look very much like it fits this hole, but you've shaped it that way. My head just happens to fill it, so it looks like my head is that shape. But look, my chin is not that pointy. It looks like it fits, but it doesn't. There's yet more dome outside it. Mega mind shape. Bring Shearer back. God, I'm glad to get rid of Sekumara, I tell you what. Don't want him knocking around. Three to 4 weeks. God damn. Could do, you know what we could do with, since we just got a ton of money, we need someone who can play in the hole. Someone good. Someone who can dribble and shoot. Contracted to Wuhan 3 towns. Let's get a look at him. Leaving on a free transfer on the 31st of December. Can you please scout him? Leoho Davidson. Scout him for me. Corley, Brazilian lad. Noah Chilvers, Luke McGowan, Kieran McGuckin, Ezekiel Avila, and Pablo Gozalbez. Scout that lad as well, please. Let's see, even someone who's interested in a loan. Connie Chukwuemeka. And Burak Ince. Aaron Ramsey. The Aaron Ramsey. No, another one. Who's this? Luis Guillaume. This lad is no good. Facundo Krosky. Think he's very... He can dribble. He's good off the ball. Good technique. He can finish a little bit. He just doesn't strike me as very, very good. Viktor Kovalenko. Isaac Hansen Aroen. Let's get a scout on this lad. Oh, he did well in the championship. He's been getting better. I reckon this could be a good season for him. He's on the transfer list. Let's get a look at him. We might buy him. We need someone crafty who can sit in the hole there and score goals. George Moncur style. So, Gatchers, you want me to bring in some American lad out of UNC or Duke? They probably have a good soccer team. Why the fuck would I go to the American college system to find a superstar for the future? What are you... What planet art thou on? I realise you've got the entire football playing world at your feet, but why not go to America and sign... I bet they've got cracking players there. I fucking doubt it, son. David Murray, yeah, get David Murray in. You should go to the United States. If you're looking for an ice hockey player, perhaps try somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa. It might be they have an interest in it. Yeah, but I'll just go to fucking Russia or Scandinavia. Just scout South America. Yeah, that's easily done. Why isn't he scouting South America? Rafael of Sao Paulo. Ooh. Oh. Okay, look at this lad. Flair, passing, technique, balance. He's 18, he's Brazilian. How does he fit in my list of lads, though? Potential to be a superstar. Right. 12 million quid, was it? Ivan Iglesias. Not such a big fan. Jordi Salas. No. Keen Lewis Potter. Pedrao. Ooh. Oh, I like the look of this lad too. Arthur. Jed Spence. Sammy Umtiti. Luis Guilherme. I want Rafael. Someone's looking to take over the club. Jonathan Roche, not Jonathan Ross. Trying to clear the club's debts. Debts? We have debts? We have debts? We got 54 million quid debt. I am not selling Ashley Phillips. Brian Hainan from, I don't know if this is pronounced Genk or Honk. Honk sounds funnier. He's not very good. We don't need him. Buckley set to sign for Forest. Good luck, young Buck. When we came here, by the way, we had an absolute fucking super squad. A lad called Hong, eh? Alright, Flute. We'll have a look at him. So is it Honk, or is it Gonk, or is it Genk? Chucked another background in Goons. Let's have a look. Alright, that might be a winner. Ted Manager North. No. Yeah. We've got the, look at this. We've got the old ones. Sunderland. Premier League backdrop. This is when we had to wear masks. Interview backdrop for Bolton. And now we've got a new one. Image capture. Image 2. North. And we want to go to here. Oh, I saw it. I saw it. Hold on. No, hold on. So the hole is a little too big. I guess. I mean, because that's... The hole's too big. That's better. That might work, actually. It's a little bit too big. I think it was better off before. Also, it's off-centered. Like I'm looking, I have to look like that, and I can't do that. I have to look this way. I think it needs work. Center it, and move it over a tiny bit. And smaller. I think it worked better with an egg. Yes. And a flat cap. If you could put a flat cap over the top, that might be funny. Here we go. First game of the season. Let's see how we do. We've got to succeed. We get fired real quick here if things go badly. Ben Carroll can play on the right as well? Huh. Didn't know that. That lad's name is Jaden Philogene Bidas. What a name. Why isn't Todd Cantwell starting on the left here? Adam Horton. Alright, let's go, team. Fucking water bottle. Looks like I've set my assistant manager to do the team talks. Away at Swansea. Come on, lads. Oh, that was almost a goal. Yeah, Mrs. Flax. Oh, he's just pulled it. He's pulled it. Lovely counter. Great ball. Jude! Hey, Jude. Judson's up, Bo. We fucking love you. The way you smell. That would be the song, very obviously. What a ball. What a ball. Yes, with Bob. Bob. Good. Oh! He's at the bloody bar. Is there a team with egg? Sadly, I don't think there is. But you can make your own team with the editor, so we could do that one time. Todd, that's unacceptable. Is that the Sam Surridge, ex of Bournemouth? Well done, McAtee. Well won, son. Yes, lad. Jude! Any thoughts on the Ronaldo interview? I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. I need to turn this off, the responsibility off. I want Marco Bielsa in. Get him in. It'll be a wild ride. Apparently he's been linked with the job. Whether the people of the South Coast, cosseted and belligerent as they can be when it comes to foreigners, are ready for Marco Bielsa's bucket. Oh, Dolan. Uncle Dolan with the goal. He called out United for being balanced. You'll need to link me this interview. Goalie. That's very poor from Ballcombe. Let's give Lewis Fry a go. Phylogeny Bidus is a hell of a name. Turd Ferguson to Carroll. Carroll pokes it through to McAtee. McAtee looking for it, gives it Murphy. Murphy comes inside, back to Wharton. Wharton outside of the boot to Murphy. Lovely ball. Murphy's in there now. Who's at the back stick? Well, Batty's going to pick that one up, send it right back into Wharton. Wharton finds Batty with a return ball. Batty now, time to cross, goes back to Wharton. Wharton into the box. Here comes Ferguson! Hits the woodwork. Oh my goodness. We could be up 5-1. That was a hell of a move. Deserved a goal. Good job, team. That's a nice, good away win to start the day. Start the season with a win. That's good. Always love to see that. Ronaldo feels betrayed and has no respect for Erik ten Hag. In an interview with Piers Morgan, fucking hell, what are you doing, son? Ooh. Wow. This guy is 33, but he's so classy. So classy. I can't sign this guy. He's just too old. If he was 30, snap him up. But 33, it's not one for the future. Carney Chukwemka. Sign him as a priority. Young Austrian lad. Alright, we'll think about that. When asked if United's hierarchy were trying to force him out, Ronaldo said, yes, not only the coach, but the other 2 or 3 guys around the club. I felt betrayed. When asked if the senior executives were trying to oust him, he said, honestly, I don't know. I don't care. People should hear the truth. Yes, I feel betrayed. Some people don't want me here. Not only this year, but last year too. I don't know what's going on. Since Alex Ferguson left the club, I have seen zero evolution. The progress was zero. For example, an interesting point is how a club like Man U sacked Ole. They bring in a sporting director, Ralph Rangnick, who is something nobody understands. This guy is not even a coach. A big club like Man U bringing in a sporting director surprised not only me, but all the world. Nothing changes. Not only the jacuzzi, the pool, even the gym. Even some points of technology, the kitchen, the chefs, who I appreciate, lovely people. They stop in time, which surprised me a lot. I thought I would see different things, technology, infrastructure. Unfortunately, we see many things I'm used to seeing when I'm 21, 22, 23. It surprised me a lot. I think the fans should know the truth. I want the best for the club. This is why I came to Manchester United. But you have some things inside that don't help us reach the top level as City, Liverpool, and even now Arsenal. A club with this dimension should be top of the tree, in my opinion, and they are not. As Picasso said, you have to destroy it to rebuild it. The artist's exact quote was, every act of creation is first an act of destruction. And if they start with me, for me, it's not a problem. I love Manchester United. I love the fans. They're always on my side. But if they want to do it different, they have to change many, many things. Said of Rooney, I don't know why he criticizes me so badly. Probably because he finished his career and I'm still playing at a high level. I'm not going to say that I'm looking better than him, which is true. I followed my heart, the 5-time Ballon d'Or winner said. Sir Alex said to me, it's impossible for you to come to Manchester City. And I said, okay, boss. Interesting. I don't want to sell you. I don't want to sell him. Right. Are we signing this lad? He looks incredible. He looks incredible. I'm going to sign. I'm pulling the trigger. We're signing Raphael. We've got the young lad. How did an 18-year-old Brazilian get a work permit, but I can't sign a lad from France? It's all about the boats, isn't it? It's all about the boats. Ethan McCormack. this lad's 6'4". Oh, I don't need to register him because he's under 21. I do not want to list this lad for loan, thank you very much. The two idiots that own Man U, or three idiots, what are they? The Glazers, right? As I understand, I mean, when they bought Man U, this is what I will never understand this, right? I will never understand this. I think Elon Musk did the same thing when he bought Twitter. How is it possible? How is it possible to purchase something and put the debt for purchasing that thing into the thing that you purchased? It would be like me going and buying a house. Actually, I suppose it is like that, right? It's like a mortgage. But you're not taking out debt for yourself, which is a mortgage. You're taking out debt that the club now has. So the debt that the Glazers have is in Man U. That's the one thing I don't understand, is that if I don't pay my mortgage, I lose the house, but it's essentially, it's my mortgage. I owe that money. Or is it that when I take out a mortgage, I'm essentially borrowing money and using the house as collateral? So I suppose with a business like a football club, you're doing the same thing. You're purchasing the football club as a mortgage. You're taking out a loan based on the value of the football club. That's essentially the same thing, right? It's a mortgage on a football club. So that debt now belongs to Man U. But if they left, the debt would remain. That's the thing I don't understand, is that the debt is owned by the football club, not by them. Whereas my mortgage is owned by me, and if I sell the house, I have to pay back the mortgage. But if I sell Manchester United, I don't have to clear the debt first and then sell it. I just sell it as is, right? They just give me money for the football club. That's the difference I don't understand. Right, if Galatasaray come in and offer 7.5 million quid, you can go. I just don't understand how it's possible. Because the thing is, if I buy a house with a mortgage, I'm guaranteeing the mortgage by paying a deposit, demonstrating that I can afford to make the payments, and then if I fail to make those payments, the house gets repossessed, and the bank now owns the club. But the house isn't then... If I bought that house subsequently, someone else, they're not also saddled with my mortgage. Oof. A Wharton to S Wharton. I've got Whartons for days. Yes, I believe so, Aero, because those debts are not in your name, they're in the company's name, right? Like, if I bought Man U, I would also have that debt. Because that's the thing, if you buy a football club, you then have to accept the debt from that club, right? Well, this is the Carabao Cup, and who cares? Come on, lads, step it up a bit, eh? This is Salford. Great ball for Fry. Yes, Fry. Poor ball. That's a poor ball. Great save. I believe this young man to be offside. How is Dan Nlundalu not offside there? I would like to know how we have failed to score. Fry, save us. Yes. Whew. Going to the Salford fans. They've turned out. Not us. That was a bit of a let-off, boys. Alright, we've got to step it up a little bit against better opposition. That was Salford in League 2. We gave up a dog shit goal and then we struggled to score. I want to see better from you lot, alright? Someone has to be personally liable for the loans and they have gone to the company. So if the creditors couldn't get the money back from them after a company goes bust, then they may be made bankrupt. Huh. Little trick. If the linesman raises the flag, it's always offside, even if it goes to VAR. Interesting. I agree, last minute winners are the poggest thing in football, but answer me this. Does it add to your excitement when they have to spend 5 minutes staring at a tiny monitor before the fact it's a goal comes up on a big screen? Has that improved football? That a goal is scored and we're just like, well, they're going to check this. You know what I mean? I fucking hate it. Manager PFlax read here from the Gunzet newspaper. Rumours have been spreading that you believe that the youth are the future and you will be picking up a lot of new players for the new season. Care to comment? Let's see. This doesn't fit that well, but we'll give it a go. You know, it's I do like signing young players. I think it represents good value for the club. I'm always looking to the future, always thinking about over the next 3 or 4 years, not signing players who are there just for 1 or 2 seasons that often. Sometimes you have to. Obviously, last season at Leighton we had Riyad Mahrez. You'd be a fool to turn down a player like that. But on the whole, I'm looking to sign players for the future. That is absolutely the case. And players like Raphael and Ben Carroll, those are the sort of lads, like Jude as well. Players that are going to be there for the next few years. And, you know, if they do eventually leave the club, obviously, whilst it would be a shame, you know, you don't want to lose players. It at least hopefully represents value for money for the club. So yeah, that's pretty much what that is. You'd like to go to Cagliari, would you? Alright, you can go to fucking Cagliari then, piece of shit. There's a new one in Discord. Let's have a goosey gander. Alright, I like that. See if this works. It does. Well, you know, by Eckers like and by gum, yeah, I think they're a good team and the lads have done well. How's that? You're a Blackburn fan, are you? Fair? I love Jaden Anthony. Of course we want to get Jaden Anthony back into the team. Good training, youngster. Johnny Vegas is an interesting one. He's actually quite an interesting guy. In August 2002, Vegas married Catherine Donnelly. In a satire of celebrities selling exclusive pictures of their weddings to publications for high prices, he sold pictures of the ceremony to the adult comic Viz for £1. They separated in late 2006 and divorced in 2008. In 2011, he married Irish television presenter Maya Dunphy. Maya Dunphy. Don't know her. Oh, she's very nice. Oh, they separated in 2017 but reconciled and separated again. He lives in St. Helens. He was awarded an honorary doctorate in 2014. Anyway, his stand-up. I've read stories about his stand-up and what it's like. He's wild, man. He's like some of the stuff that he does is bonkers. Do we want to stick with McAtee? Or do I want to play Raphael? Raphael is young, still learning the ropes. I don't think he had as much influence as McAtee did. I'm going to stick Murphy out wide here for Ross. And Perez can come in for Balcom. Do we want Kaminsky? Is Kaminsky a better goalie than Balcom? I see Thomas Kaminsky, I think of Ted Kaczynski. Do you know what I mean? We've got to be all. Is it me or is Murphy wearing something on his back? Has he got a green headband on? Has he got headphones on? Oh, Jude! That's an Olay. Look at this finish. This is elaborate. Oh! Yerry Mina couldn't adjust quickly enough. It's a poor ball. That's a very, very poor ball. Well done, Carroll. Stay with him. Well done, Yerry. Stay with him. Stay with him. Dog shit. Dog shit. All came from that bad pass, man. That bad pass. Keep working hard. Stick to the plan. Play the footballs. Great ball. Holy shit. Win it. Win it. Yes, Batty. Great ball. Dolan's there. Jude! Oh. Anyone going to put in a fucking challenge there, boys? Dokukan Cynic. That's a good name. Dokukan Cynic. That's offside. Yeah, I believe that's offside. Right, let's have a look. We need to make some changes here. Big goal, big goal. Todd Cantwell showing a bit of Premier League quality there. Good header. Get the Sheriff on. Yes, Todd. Great first touch from Hayden. Unfortunately, he wants to leave. Deserves a goal here, Cantwell, and he's got one. He's got one. Superb. Raphael is tiny. Bless him, he's tiny. Well done, Phillips. Man, this left flank, Batty and Cantwell, is lethal. Sheriff! Oh! He passed the Sheriff, but he could not score the vital goal. Raphael with a header. Hello. He passed the Sheriff. but he could not find a fifth goal. Oh no, no way. Carroll, Murphy gets outside his man, plays one down the line for Raphael. Raphael can't quite get there. A strong breeze would blow this young Brazilian over, but he is but young. Welcome, Yogs.
Yogs castrated with 323 views.
Cantwell. Raphael with a chance to score his first for the club. Plays across. There's Sheriff. Goal score. That's 5. Man, we fucking walloped him in this second half. Cantwell's just been different gravy. Look, Janino wasn't a big lad, and he did wonders for Middlesbrough. Todd Cantwell is almost on a 10 there. Well done, lads. That was a good win for us. Really, really good. Appeared happy. Appeared very happy. We're top. What's Blackburn's nickname? Any Blackburn fans? I'm new here. I'm just trying to raise awareness for a free... Ace, I don't know, bud. I can't support it because I don't know anything about you. Could be a scam. I'm sorry. I have no idea. No, I don't want to loan out our goalie. It would be a shame if we lost Hayden. I hope you understand, Ace. This guy is always in FM streams. I don't care about past posts. Just post, bud. Just post. If it's working out for you, then go for it. But no, I'm not. I don't want you posting a link here, please, because I don't know you. I don't know you. We'll do a press conference. Hang on. Just want to see how things are going, and I'm already thinking we've got midfielders. We're going to lose Isaac Hayden. We don't really have someone who can come in and take over for him. Who's this guy? Louis Fry. Oh, yeah. Jaden Phylogeny Bidas as well. I don't know if this lad is quite good enough for the first team just yet, but he's 24. David Timari. Who's this lad? This lad is almost certainly not good enough yet. He's 19. We're going to pop him in the under-21 squad. I kind of would like to sign a midfielder to replace these outgoing lads. We need a midfielder. We need a lad who can play here and is dependable. I need someone with passing and tackling of like 13. Just a solid lad in the middle there. What do my scouts recommend? Felipe Amaral, 23-year-old Brazilian, currently at Wolves. Pape Matar Sarr at Spurs. Will Hughes. The Will Hughes? Indeed. Don't think we need a Will Hughes. Doesn't enjoy big matches. Not very good. What's the old coach report? It's a scout report. Not very determined. Susceptible to injuries. But could become a decent Premier League player in time. How's he done at Spurs? He's never played for them. He went to Lask in Austria and did mediocre. Metz. Ah, so Spurs signed him for 13.5 million quid. He's just not getting a game. So. He's decent in the air for a midfielder, which is quite rare. Ryan Yates. Let's get a scout report on this lad. Jose Campagna at Brentford 33. No, thank you. Chaibi. Scout him. Isaac Mabaya. Wow. Alright, so hear me out. The reason I like this lad is look at that jumping reach. This lad could win every single header in midfield. Kyle McGuinness. Scout him as well. And this lad. Konstantin Maradishvili. Callum Wright. Will Hughes, too old, 31. Oliver Rathbone. It's a good name. Scout those lads. I'll have a think. We've got time. What is this bust up? There was no bust up. What bust up? We never had a bust up. Why does the report keep saying that? If Jaden Phylogeny Bidas wants to go, well, we got 20% of the sale of Sam Barnes from Bristol Rovers to Rotherham. That's £11,500 on top of the £15,250. How is he? He's 25. Sam Barnes. He left us for 120k. And he's having a reasonable... He had a good career last year, and this season he started well. And now he's off to Rotherham. Fair play to him. I shot the sheriff. Big game against Bolton. But I did not shoot the deputy. Oh, we needed to do a post-match conference, didn't we? Hold on. Well, you know, obviously, big change coming here from Leighton. Big crowd, big ground, and everything. It's great. It's really good. It's one of those things I really wanted was that feeling of getting a win in front of the fans, in front of a big crowd. That expectation, you know. And we've got a terrific group of players here. Really, really terrific group. Trying to keep them together. Obviously, you got relegated. And now there's a lot of them want to, you know, they want to clear off, and that's what players always want to do. But I'm trying to tell them, look, we're going to go straight up this season. That's the goal. Stick here, make that happen, put right what happened last year. And some of them, to be fair, have taken that on board. But quite a few want to go. We're going to have to try and replace them with like-for-like players, or better, if we can. And I'm looking to bring in youngsters to replace some of the older hands that are leaving, and I hope the fans understand that. I hope they've got some patience for that. It's not an ideal situation, but 6 points from 6 points, and you know, a win in the cup. We're scoring a lot of goals, so I hope they can see that we are doing some great things here. Potential issue with Callum Britton. Callum Britton is my defender who has not been playing. Callum, what's on your mind? Hey, what's up? You haven't seemed yourself. You know what? I do have some concerns, but the fact you came to talk to me means a lot. No problem, Callum. I'm here for you, mate. I'm your manager. That doesn't mean I just tell you what to do. It means I am here to help. Alright? That's my job. Ellery Bolcombe. No, I don't want to sell one of my only 2 goalies. Speaking of which, actually, are there any goalies out there that we could get? Hubert Grachik. That's a no. Mateus Donnelly. He's no better than Mr. Bolcombe. We've got Lucas Weatherby waiting in the wings. This lad should be a good goalie for us in the future. He is only 15, so let's give him a chance. He hasn't finished growing yet. His strength and stamina are 1 and 2. So let's wait. Let's hold off on that one. He's just not good enough. He's not quite good enough, is Alfie. Unfortunately. Ball comb sponsored by Manscaped. The aerial, yeah, you know, it's just not enough. Young Raphael made it into Team of the Week. When you said, let's see what you have to say, I got cut to an ad that started with, I want to be a fullback for the Dallas Cowboys. Interesting. Anyone know any good graphics packs? I think you're stuck with it. You can get backgrounds. There's this one that everybody's saying, why have you got the Zealand pack? The UI is fine. Yeah, sure. We'll fucking sell him. Transfer listed by request for £1? He can't see us going up. Alright. Fine. Looks like we're in the market for another goalie then. Dreads playing in big matches. He is apparently a good League One player. We can't have this team. Wait, is Neto at the club? Oh, he was. I'll give you £500,000 for him. Brandon Austin is a great... Brandon Austin. This lad at Sheffield? You're 100% sure about that? He's played 3 games in 5 years. I don't believe you. No, I don't want to loan him back. I'm going to hand this over to Greg Broughton, our football director. Having opened contract negotiations for Hubert Grashik regarding his transfer from Motherwell, I found his contract demands to be unacceptable. As a result, I'm giving you the chance. All right. That was easy. You should sign this guy called Donnarumma, period. He's meant to be quite good. Oliver Dovin. Hope he didn't go somewhere. Oliver Dovin, English. A broken collarbone. Alright, how's he doing? He actually did well at Swansea, I guess. Let's get Scout on him. I attempted to negotiate with that young man you were interested in signing, and his requests are very reasonable, so I can't work with him. I found it impossible. Impossible. I'd be happy to get rid of Philogenes because his name is so ridiculous. Alright, I'm going to look up these players. I'm going to look up these players. If these are dog shit, I'm ignoring chat when it comes to suggestions for the rest of the day. Tommy Setford. If this is some League 2 dog shit, I'm going to be very upset. Simon Simone. Don't see him. Etienne Green. At Bochum. Well, he looks dog shit. Felix Baker. Lucas Weatherby. Scott Chegg. Why do I think this is Scotch Egg, isn't it? Scotch Egg. Very clever. See? Thanks for the fucking help. When we go down, it's on you lot. The evening game is us away at Bolton. It's a big one. Oh my goodness, Leyton Orient are doing it. Who's this lad? Fabio Giallo. Sure he was on loan. They sold him to Leeds and then got the loan back. How's Muller doing for goals? He's scoring goals. Dan Neal. Who's this lad? So this season they signed Oisin Smith, Sammy Smodics, Alex Mighton, an American, and Dan Neal. And who did they let go? Ben Carroll, I yoinked him. Fabio Giallo, they sold to Leeds, but then loaned him back. Tom Williams left. Oh, he sold Tom Williams. He's like one for the future, guys. Jay Turner Cook to Derry. Also, these are some of the youngsters. Tom Williams, oh, you stupid AI. This was a lad that I cultivated at Leyton Orient. I brought him in. I was like, this lad's going to be a superstar. Look at his first touch at like 17. He already had all these great stats, and they fucking let him go for free. You idiots. Idiots. Wow, this lad is the hardest working Scottish footballer I've ever seen. Look at this lad. Abdul Halim Khamis. Scottish. Look at this. Work rate 17, teamwork 18, bravery 17, aggression 18, natural fitness 18. Just burns around the pitch sliding into people. Love that. Love that. Can we win this game? This is a big game. You don't need the big jumping reach to be a... I mean, look at Kante. You know? N'Golo Kante. He's tiny. He's a dynamo. Unlucky. Just so. McAtee! From the kickoff! Take that, Bolton. Outrageous strike. Man like brick, this is the same run. I left Leyton Orient and went to Blackburn. Was offered the job. They'd just been relegated. I thought it was a good chance to move up. That's a good goal. Game on. A massive chance goes begging, I'll say. If you have a good relationship with players, you can absolutely, that'll be a factor. Like, if you've been their manager previously, they'll be like, definitely happy to play for you, boss. Like, you build up relationships with the players. Like, I think Nikolai Moller has me as one of his favoured lads. Because I basically gave him his start in professional football. You know, he had great seasons. We won things, so he's fond of me. And I'm fond of him. I'm happy to say Nikolai Muller is a great lad. Dolan. Use it. Gives it Ross. Back to Dolan. Oh, it's dog shit. Wildsmith. That's a great name. I wish I had a cool name. Jack Wildsmith. Blam! Mark Dion Charles, please. Alright. Well done on controlling possession so far. That is crucial. You guys are playing fantastically well. Don't take your foot off the pedal. Alright? Remember, this is Bolton. They're one of the better clubs in the division. They've got players capable of scoring. If you let up for a moment, I want sharp, sharp, sharp. Think of the first film in Saw when that girl falls into that box of hypodermic needles. I want us to be that level of sharp. Terrifyingly sharp. Let's make some changes. What do we got? Raphael on. Is Colin Murphy the really fast striker? He is. Get young Murphy on for Jude. And let's get Louis Fry on for Dolan. Pace, pace, pace. That's how you close out a game. Their legs are flagging, you get the speed merchants. Oh! Or you just nod it in. You just nod it in. Runs to the Bolton fans. Where you at? I scored a goal. Well done, Fergo. Fergo. Great ball, good header, Murphy. Oh. Oh. Super, that can't be right. Well done, lads. It was a good win. yeah, obviously delighted with the win. You know, keeps us top, and really important beating a club like Bolton. You know, rival team, lot of bad blood between Blackburn and Bolton, and to go to their place and, quite frankly, give them a, you know, we handled them. We absolutely handled them. We destroyed them. We bent them over and spanked them silly, and put them to bed with no dinner. And you know, that's what I want to do all season. Spank teams, send them to their rooms with no dinner, and we've done that. We've done that in spades. We're top. I'm trying to strengthen in goal. Hubert Grashik. Who did I promise? Sunsup Bell. He prefers to play as a pressing forward, does he? Alright, I'm happy for that. Is that true, Soup? What's your source on that? Why don't you back that up with a source? What's happening? He wants to leave. Okay, I'm going to need to sign another goalie. Could we get one in on loan, perhaps? What about on a transfer? Need a goalie here. We need a goalie. Ivan Iglesias. Nathan Baxter. Juan Gogna. I want 10 million quid. We're gonna sign Nathan Baxter, I think. Good reflexes, good in one-on-ones, decent aerial reach. This'll do. Let's talk to his agent. They view him as a fringe player. He sounds like a Blackburn player already. Finalize offer, yes. Still would like to sign a midfielder. Two to 3 months. Pablo Reynoso. Flynn Downs. Will Hughes, no. Sammy Braybrook. Eamon Barcock. That is such a terrific name. Good technique, good flair, good dribbling, good passing, good vision. I do like this guy. He's in his prime as well. I think he's decent. Decent in the air as well. We need him. We do need him. It's a long season and we've lost, I think, 3 midfielders.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Brittle_back just resubbed for 10 months.
I would also like... I mean, bear in mind, I know it seems like I'm signing a lot of players. We have to go up. I think if we don't get promoted, I'm likely going to get fired. We're certainly going to lose all the good players we've got at the club. They'll be gone. So I think it would be good.
Nice jump, Alistair.
To have a decent sized squad.
Maku's
We can afford
23
it.
just resubbed for 21 months.
Thank you. Can we get a young lad in on loan? Someone who's like really, really, really good. Who's this lad? Luis Vasquez. Neil Mope. The Chris Popov was on loan at Leighton 3 years ago. It is. He wasn't very good. Oh! He doesn't want to sign for Blackburn. Alright, what about a loan? Would you guys be interested in 500 grand a month? Oh. Happy birthday. Kean Dowie is too close to Ian Dowie. That's my concern. But what a fascinating character he is. I'd like a full scout report on this young feller. Who do my scouts recommend? Nassim Dendani? No. Tyrese Simpson? No. Indiana Vasilev. What a name. It's a no. Luis Vasquez. Argentina. Ooh. He is listed. I like this lad because he gives us something else. He's good in the air, and he would probably be one of the best strikers at the club. How's he doing? He has scored goals in the Premier League. He would want a lot of money. Would you loan him to us? I'll take him on loan, and if he does well, maybe we'll sign him. Archie Gray. At Leeds. Fully scout him. Yeah, it looks like he might be one for the future. Be good if we could sign these players. The players that we put in bids for, if we can get them, I'm quite happy with the squad. Murphy Mukuna has been called up by DL Congo under 20s. Well done. Oof, God, that must be desperate. Christ. I wonder if even Tony's still here. He is. He's now 30. He's been good. He's been good. Ivan. It would be Ivan, wouldn't it? Ivan's a great fucking name for a footballer. Ivan Toney is a good name. Bristol Rovers. Put a nice rotated squad in here. Britain is tired. Put Ben Carroll in for Britain. There we go. Yeah. Go out there and impress me, you scumbags. Great ball, young Ben Carroll. That's a lovely ball from Paris. Holy shit, that's perfect. Fry whips one across. Blocked by the defender. Monk. Ugh, won by Carroll. Jaden Anthony's there. Bursts into the box. Scores! He's still recovering from injury, so it's good to get him playing and get him scored. Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick. If the paper turns clean, it's your window to weight gain. Great interception from young Phillips. We are a little quick on the Olays. Jaden, that's a lovely turn. Unlucky. Unlucky. Christ! Shit! Did you see that? That lad's got a foot like a traction engine. Maybe Kaminsky's letting in goals like that and he wants to go play at a higher level. Good luck, son. Enjoy warming the fucking bench. Oh, what a ball! Ayoze Perez does what Ayoze Perez does best. Just fucks it up. Fry, how'd you miss that? Oh, I think it got deflected by a defender. I've never seen something like that in Football Manager as often as I have this year, where it's like genuinely random bonkers stuff happening with the ball, you know? Ole! Oh, what a ball! Murphy! That's why I wanted to sign another striker. You see, Murphy's alright, but he does miss a lot more one-on-ones than Soonsup Bell. Sorry, ref, are they just allowed to physically assault my players? Are they? Is that a rule change, is it? If you're playing for Blackburn, you're just going to get bundled over and attacked. Interesting. Thanks. I just wanted a clarification on that. I played Dark and Darker when it was the open alpha or beta, whatever you want to call it, the other week. It was fun. Played it with the lads. Got team killed by Munt. Standard. Dolan! Goal! Golan, I call him. Tyrese Golan. Well done, lads. That was a good win. I stand by that statement. Stop being so selfish, man. Let me play. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's so pure. Well, Gatchers, I mean, I can't comment on team killing. That is something that I have been known for, have been guilty of on occasion, very rare occasion. We definitely don't have a host of clips of me team killing people. Nathan Baxter, a 27-year-old nomadic goalkeeper. He sounds perfect. Get him in. Since Abel is happy, we will play Villa or Cambridge. Now we play Sunderland, who are nearly rock bottom. Brother, we won League 2 in the first season. We got 100 points, like we crushed it. Then we spent 2 seasons in League 1. We made the playoffs both times, but just couldn't close it out. And then 4th season, won League 1 again pretty comfortably. Not quite 100 points. $91 points. So that was my first season in charge, 100 points. Then we finished 6th, and we lost in the playoffs to Ipswich. They trounced us. Then the next season we finished 4th, made the playoffs, and devastatingly, I will never forget this. Shrewsbury, second leg at our place. We're 2-0 up. We're cruising. Sorry, no. So we score, they score. We score. So we're 2-1 up. 95th minute. The ball breaks through midfield. It's like a big scramble. Falls to Daniel Udo. He runs in, smashes it in top corner. Heart's broken. Lad's legs gone. Spirit gone. They scored 2 more in extra time. End. Next season, it was very close. I want to say it was between us and Stoke for League 1. Someone like that anyway. And we won. Might have been... No, it wasn't Crewe. Blackpool, that's it. It was very close. And on the final day, I think I can't remember. Either way, it was super close. And we lost our match on the final day 1-0, but because Blackpool lost 2-0 away, we won. So it was pretty pog.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Mrinib_ just resubbed for 8 months. Keep up the good work, Pirian.
Thank you. Whoa, what ground, eh? Look at Sunderland Stadium alight. It really is something. Well done. Good job, good job. Great save. Great save. Holy shit. Let's be a little bit more cautious. They're sort of not as shabby as I thought they were going to be. Alright, changes. We need to make some changes. Oh, Rotro. This is the goal, I'm afraid. Yeah. Oh, needed that. Fuck! Oh. Shit. Yeah, obviously bitterly disappointed we just wasn't at it today. Fair play to Sunderland, you know. They did play well, they took their goal well. I thought there was a threat throughout, but yeah, we just didn't turn up. The lads was sleeping. First half was especially poor. I thought we just looked out of ideas, looked tired. People wasn't playing the way we've seen them playing so far. And Sunderland, you know, they've been struggling this season. I've honestly expected a lot better. So, you know, we've got training coming up. We'll work on some things, some attitude problems, and if necessary, resort to threats, blackmail, intimidation, torture, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Because 3 points is what matters, isn't it? That's 3 points dropped. That's what matters. Threats and violence. What day is it? Anyone? What day is it? Monday. In houses tomorrow. Went to Costco yesterday. Costco is a fascinating place. Ooh, Blackburn takeover could be close. Blackburn owner Venkatesh Rao and director Jonathan Roche are going well. Could be an announcement in the next few days. It's fascinating for a number of reasons. No, I'm not selling that lad. First of all, the volume of stuff there. There's a range that they offer. Where some of it is like really good, and some of it you think, who ever buys this? Which is confusing. Also, the people in Costco seem to have a massive fucking chip on their shoulder. I really don't quite understand why. But there's very little people getting out of your way. Everybody seems to be acting just in a kind of a selfish way. It's just unpleasant vibe from the other customers. I think it's because they're all business owning little fucking shopkeepers who, a lot of them are, think they're better than everybody else. That's how it feels. Because if you give people a special card that says, oh, you're a member, you're a member of something special, you're a Costco member, I feel like they think, yeah, I am better than everybody else, even when everyone else in the shop is also a Costco member. There's just an attitude going around. It's not friendly. But yeah, you can get some stuff there. The real value of Costco is if you can Where are these transfers that I'm getting? When is this coming? I need these transfers to go through. Luis Musset has gone to Ajaccio. Oh, that's the rumor. $14 hours left. We need these signings to go through. What is happening? Oh my god. I want to thank you for your patience during what has undoubtedly been a stressful time. There are no plans to provide the club with any investment at this stage. Dylan Marcande. Who is this guy? 25-year-old player who's really, frankly, never going to cut it. He doesn't look too bad. But sure. Kaminsky can sign for Leicester. Barkok has been granted. Yes, get him in. Oh, that's huge. God, we needed that. Why did you let him go? Oh, the fact that he that I spoke to him is enough. I love it when the players do that. He's looking a little down. Hey, arm round shoulder. Hey, what's going on, little fella? You seem sad. Oh, shucks, boss. I just don't know why you let Kaminsky go. He was such a good goalie. No, he wasn't. He was dog shit. He was dog shit. Trust me. Yes, get this lad in. Damn, we're losing Wharton. Gah. That's a real kick in the nuts. See if we can find someone else. Who's this lad? Carney Chukwuemeka. Aaron Ramsey. Not the Aaron Ramsey, the other Aaron Ramsey. Charles Pickle, that's a great name. Tallest midfielders that we can sign. Who's this lad? Luka Hiralainen. 6'6" midfielder. Finnish. Capped 24 times. Playing in the Bundesliga and not doing that great. But he's mainly coming on as a substitute. I like the look of this lad. Just a big fin. What do you reckon? He's cheap. Oh. Maybe we can get him on loan. This lad is 6'7". Stoke. Eddie Howe is manager of Stoke. Damn it. Oh, he's got a damaged cruciate ligament. Max Bird. English. Derby County. Playing in League One. No. See, we have only got really a couple of midfielders. Richard Ross can play defensive midfield, apparently, but I don't really trust him there. We're also Jake Batty can play centre back, actually. What have we got in the under 21s? I mean, he's gonna get there, but he's not there yet. What about the under 18s? Way too far off. Do I sign this big lump? Fuck! Well, I'm just gonna have to trust the process. What's the point in scouts? We can just trial everyone. Okay, are you gonna go and offer trials to 1,000 players a season? Also, a lot of clubs will say, no, we're not gonna lend you our fucking player for a trial. Two hours left. No, absolutely not selling Phillips. Is there any chance we sign this slide before the deadline? We've got 1 hour to go. Yes, we got him. We got him. Whew. Oh, well, we're only 4th on wages. Brighton. Fuck, I forgot about Brighton. Jesus. Whew, we got him. Here's where we find out he's dog. But no, we need someone like this guy. Like, he's good in the air. He can play centre-back. He can play midfield. I think he could be a really important player for us. Because we lost, remember, we lost like 3 key players. And they were all midfielders. Had to sign. Had to sign another midfielder. And the fact he can play centre-back as well, very happy. Does he get on base? Suzanne, get Shapiro on the line. Wait, no, I got him. I'm gonna have to send someone down. Well, we've honestly, I'm quite pleased with how we've done with balancing the ins and outs, because we've only essentially spent 11 million quid. A lot of players out. Adam Wharton went to Brighton for 30 million. See, he was a big loss. He was a big loss. He was an important midfielder for us. John Buckley, we lost him as well. Another midfielder, also a big loss. But we got like 42 million quid for them. Sekou Mara, French striker, I was happy to see him go. That's fine. Isaac Hayden, another midfielder, lost. 31, good, experienced midfielder. Shame. The way they high five. Come on! Thank you, we'll call you right back. And another thing, I don't want to fill my soda machine. I want you stocking it for 2 years. How come your boss doesn't travel with the team? Mr. Bean thinks it's better to maintain a distance between management and players. You think that makes us easier to cut? Tom Williams would be a terrific signing for the future. I know. I know. Is there anything worse than the international break? Is there anything worse? What league do Quetta FC play on? They do not exist. So Gatchers, bearing in mind that I believe you're an American, I suspect most people here are European. So I doubt that people know who Brian Kelly is or what LSU is in the main. Obviously there'll be some exceptions. But obviously this is Football Manager, not American Football Manager. So I feel like if you want to talk about football, it's going to be hard for people to know who Brian Kelly and LSU, personally speaking. And I say that as someone who does watch a reasonable amount of American football. Iosi Perez is unfortunately still at the club, yes. A waste of money. He's old now and ineffective. We took over in a situation where Blackburn had just finished rock bottom of the Premier League. And we took over at the start of this season. So there was in FM 2012. Let's roll it back. All you had to do was get your biggest centre back to do challenge keeper and then put the ball right on the penalty spot. And you would score like 15 goals a season. I had a defender who did exactly that. I would just sign a defender who was big and amazing in the air. And he'd be one of our top goal scorers. We've got to win this next game. Otherwise we could be mid-table. One thing that I did like, there was a game called Ultimate Soccer Manager 98, which was dreadful. I'll find a video of it for you guys. So the 90s were a really fun time for football. In my opinion, they were the best decade for football. But here is Ultimate Soccer Manager 98. Pick a team. You actually get a look at your ground. And you can like upgrade it and shit. So then you go around and look for players. You have to do the contract negotiations. There's all kinds of added bullshit like little animations and things, but that's your office. Then you set your tactics. You drag the lads around. They can play in all of these different locations. And you could design set pieces. Like fully designed set pieces. Like you run here, ball goes here, pass it here. Which was quite fun. But this is what the games looked like.
That's sloppy. Great defending. Superb defending. Good challenge. Throw it. Not very far away at all.
Giant hand holding a yellow card.
What a great challenge.
So that was that, right? Not very good. But I played it quite a lot. Sadly, Bielik still can't play yet. I reckon this lad is actually pretty good. I really do. I'm going to put you back on poacher because I think you were scoring more goals that way. We don't think we need you as a pressing forward. I don't think any of the people who worked on that game work on this game. Genuinely. That was made by Sierra in 1998. So, it's like 24 years old. I doubt there's anybody working on this game who worked on that game. That was almost one of the goals of the season. Well done on controlling possession. That's what we need. Let's close this game out. Out of the way, ref! Wasteful, so wasteful. Good effort. No! No! Nods. Lovely touch from Barcock. Oh! Looks a good signing, though. Great ball. Oh. Come on, Batty. I wonder if there's any relation to David Batty. Dolan was always missing out on that. Shit! Lads, look, You guys played some great football, created some great chances. On another day, we scored 3. That's just the way it goes. It was unfortunate, but don't beat yourselves up about it. Yeah, I thought we were an absolute fucking disgrace today. We should have buried 2 or 3 of those chances. Need to do better. Need to do better. Can't be missing those chances. You know, we're just mugging ourselves off, throwing points away. Got to do better. I thought Jude in particular today didn't really have an impact on the game. Needs to step it up. We need to perform week in, week out. We got a big game on Tuesday against Southampton, and we should have been picking up points today against a mid-table club. So yeah, disappointed.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Tibixleron just resubbed for 14 months. Up the Rovers.
Indeed. That's the plan. Got quite a few lads who are not familiar yet with the tactics, you know, so I think as the season goes on we'll improve. Have fun tonight, boys. It's a game. It's meant to be fun and enjoyable. Just make sure you win, or there will be hell to pay. Great ball. Barkop juggles it. Lovely ball to Raphael. Anthony shoots a bow offside. Guaranteed offside. Unfucking real. Unfucking real. I mean a mile, but yes. Oh. hello! Keeper's made a howler! The keeper and the defender got in each other's way. Beautiful. Rafa, come on, man. Well done, Wharton. Can we not knock it? Well in. Yes, Jaden? Oh. Rafa, what a ball! Oh, God damn. Ref! Ref! I'm delighted with your performance so far. Keep it up. Maintain. Maintain. Let's try Luis Vasquez. Oh, this has goal written all over it for them, unfortunately. Good block, Christ. Great ball, Rafa. Well done. Great ball. Yes! Yes, lads! Eamon Barcup with the goal! What a signing he's been! He looked great on his debut and he's looked great here. Great ball from Ross too. Well done, boys. And he's tracking back. Who is this man? Weak, Rafa. Weak. I think Raphael is too weak to be played in the middle there, you know. He's too little. Gets barged off the ball all the time. Might play Barkok deeper. Good job, Batty. Vasquez, great touch. Yes! Ross! Look up! Look up! Or just beat everybody. That's fine too. Unfortunate. Oh, you gave up on that and he didn't. Well done, Baxter. Great ball. Ross is clean through. I don't like to look at the table at this point in the season because it means nothing. Halfway point, that's when I'm interested. Really good result, that. Really good result. That's us top. That's us top. Yeah, tremendous result. You know, Southampton going to be one of the teams to beat this season for sure. And we've come in and showed them, you know, we're no mugs. We're one of the teams to beat this season. And if they thought it was going to be easy coming here, they were wrong. I thought everybody was at it. I was very, very pleased with Eamon Barkok. Continues to impress me. I think he's been, in both games he's played, I think he's been superb. Absolutely fantastic player, great attitude, great work rate. And really, really impressed. Really impressed. So very happy to see him doing well. Took some good goals, great team play, some great build-up play. And I'd like to say, I just want to give a shout out to Jake Batty, our left back. He's absolutely superb. He's absolutely superb. He's been brilliant for us this season. And for a young lad like him, and on the other wing, the right back, I'll just say, so Jake Batty's 21 and Ben Carroll's 20. And between the two of them, they look like seasoned pros. So really impressive. And of course, you know, you've got Scott Wharton and Ashley Phillips leading it from the middle. But yeah, defensively, didn't give them a sniff really. And we look lethal going forward. So very happy with the result. And looking forward to seeing how this team continues to improve. I'm pleased. I'm pleased. That was a big result. We got the Grosser man, and we got Bielek to come in as well. Why is the head hole so big? Well, Seven, you'll have to talk to my graphics crew for that. It's a little large, isn't it? It just needs to come in. The egg shape, ironically, the egg shape from the previous one was superior. This hole is too big. I said it was too small, but they've now made it too big. It's classic. You ask for a correction in graphics. Anyone knows if you ever have to talk to a graphics department and you make a tiny change, whatever they come back with is dead wrong. It's like, no, look, I said bigger. I didn't mean huge. I meant slightly bigger, like a millimeter. Oh, right, yeah. Fucking graphics eyes, man. All over the shop. Mrs. F popped to the shop. Got a loaf of bread from the bakery, still warm. Love that. It's so fresh. I'm sick of this! Stale bread's alright if you toast it. Oh! 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 Jesus Christ! We successfully wounded enough of them. Good stuff so far, let's keep going. Oh. Oh, let's get the big man on. Look how tiny Raphael is. Oh! Well, we should have won that, boys. Yeah, disappointing, you know. I think we've created some fantastic chances. Few question marks about the goal that was offside. Looked alright to me, but you know, we don't get VAR at this level, so you just have to put your faith in the men in black, which is the way it goes. Sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes they're blind and stupid, and you end up with terrible refs like we had today. But that's the dice, you know. You roll the dice, and I thought we played really well. But the refs obviously didn't like us. Should have had 3 penalties as well. Has Lampard been sacked yet, by the way?
Nice jump, Alistair.
Barry Frizzy from EastEnders just resubbed for 15 months. I felt bullied out the club by the gaffer. I'd never even heard of this PFlax and now he is a manager.
What can I tell you? Pass the ball, I agree. Do you think in any other walk of life you would hire someone with zero experience just because they had been on TV? Like to manage a business, to manage other people, and to have to come up with strategy, long-term and short-term. I don't think you would. I don't think you would be like, you know who we should get for this? That guy that was on EastEnders. You wouldn't say, I reckon he should be in charge. Like you wouldn't, if you owned a TV company, who should be our CEO? Oh, just any old actor. I mean, Wenger, Mourinho, Ferguson, probably three of the most successful managers in Premier League history, right? In fact, definitively the three most successful. You could probably put Rafa Benitez as someone who did very well in the Premier League as well. None of them were good players. Jurgen Klopp wasn't a good player. Pep Guardiola was a good player. Mikel Arteta's been doing all right. He was a decent player. But Arteta hasn't done it yet. He's having a good season with Arsenal, all right? Let's calm down. I know Arsenal fans are basically craving any kind of success after their years in the wilderness of only being top 6. Oh, it's been so hard. In spoiled rich brats. Oh, the young man's hit the post. Yes, Conte was good. Conte was a good player. But he wasn't like... Like, if you remember what Conte was like as a player, he was a lunatic. He just ran around tackling people and giving it to Pirlo. Like, that's... You know what I mean? Like, that's the sort of thing that Conte did. He wasn't like a striker or some goal-scoring midfielder or like a stylish winger. A lot of these lads were either mediocre players or midfielders. I think you see more of the game, you understand more of the game. You have to be a bit more intelligent to be a midfielder. Unlucky Todd. Unlucky. This is in the Cup and they're in the Premier League, by the way, so... Oh. Please let me make this substitution. This is infuriating. Who could come off? Bielik on for Ferguson. And let's get... Again, let's get Perez on. Why not? Ferguson, I was just about to replace you, you melt! We tried. They're not happy with that.
fool ourselves, blame the... Really, bury him again, bury this. He does that for something.
I want you guys to look at this. This is something that popped up on my feed a while back.
The English lads are not too great at.
This is, I think that's McManaman.
Steve McManaman, top bins. Hello. Outside of the box.
So look at this. Look at Steven Gerrard. Look at this shot.
Go on, Stevie, son.
Just watch this.
Idol.
Fucking ridiculous. Look how hard he hits that ball.
He saved a shot from Stevie G. Go on, Stevie, son. Idol.
It's just so stupid.
Bury him again. Stevie, bury him again. Bury him again. Oh, mate, Stevie loves football after you, man. Loves football the way my dad didn't.
Just so much power.
Dude, you might as well not be there. Volley, how would you like the volley taken? Is it a bouncer or an ankle breaker? Alright, Vuj, remember, you're meant to save the ball, so, you know, feel free to join in at any time. Do you want it to bounce first, or? It's entirely up to you. How'd you like it? Oh, let's bounce first. Very...
Hold it.
Alright, I'm going to play you a Coutinho through ball. And you're just going to bury him as well.
Oh. Just unbelievable power. Just like boom. By the way, if you are a little bit behind on the stream, try refreshing it. It's pretty much up to date for me now. Never really did it for England though, did he? My mate contends that Steven Gerrard would have been the best right back in football history if he'd stuck to playing right back. I do think Beckham was one of the could cross better than pretty much anybody in the world, but insisted on playing in the middle. I think Gerrard was like that as well. The thing is, you want him there for his shooting. His shooting was unbelievable. But for England, we didn't really have someone who played... Like, it was like Lampard and Gerrard, who both want to do the same thing. Neither of them wants to sit in the middle of the park. And also constantly spraying it around. Always looking for that huge long ball. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not good. Scholes was terrific. But again, didn't do amazingly for England, did he? Who did he have in midfield with him? Roy Keane, right? Steven Gerrard had Xabi Alonso or Mascherano or someone like that. We didn't have that. Yeah, you need a partner who's just going to be a bastard. Sit in the middle there and be fucking obnoxious. Zidane played with like Deschamps or Petit or someone like or Vieira, you know?
Nice jump, Alistair.
Rhythm Lols just resubbed for 3 months.
Thank you for this. Jude. Yes, ref. I thought that was a penalty also. Black Witch of Anubis. I could not agree more. A lot of his passing was, oh, what a lovely long ball from Stevie G. But it's like, can you not just fucking blast it? Because he fucked up a lot of those as well. Keep going, boys. Keep going. That is shit, Anthony. That is such shit. Oh. You've let him do you there, Batty, my boy. Oh dear. Oh, thank God. Encourage. Jesus, slow down. No, please no. Can't lose to Rotherham. Oh. That was dog shit. Well, I mean, disappointed, you know, I think some of that was coming off the back of the Villa game. Some heads were down, but, you know, you've got to keep your head up. Football is a hard game. It's a hard game, and nobody's going to give you an easy run. I thought the players today were looking a bit like they were expecting to win, but they weren't actually putting in the graft. And we've been missing a few chances lately. You've just got to put away at this level. Got to put it away. Got to focus on our finishing and actually convert some of these chances. And then that winner for them was, I don't know what that was. That was dog. Dog shit. Shocking. 5p beer night. No. We need the money. 5 pence for a pint of beer. Are you mad? Most expensive pint of beer in the north. Tuppence halfpenny, perhaps. Arsenal, Spurs and Newcastle are the top 3, are they? Let's have a look. Arsenal, Spurs, Newcastle. How about that? Who's in charge at Newcastle now? Ruud van Nistelrooy. Interesting. Although Ruud van Nistelrooy. Very good at motivating people, wonderful people management, good determination, and an attacking-minded manager. They lost 1-0 to Arsenal. They beat Burnley, Everton, lost to Norwich. They drew with Atletico Madrid. They beat Bournemouth, and they beat Leicester. Oof, Burnley are struggling. Who's the gaffer? Vincent Kompany. Who's Arsenal's boss? Still Arteta. Spurs? Still Conte. Man U? Daniel Farke. I would consider that deeply unlikely. West Ham has Dino Topmöller. Leeds? Niko Kovac. Man City? It's Stefano Pioli. Heavens! Pep sacked. Wow. So under Pioli, they've won 24, 25 and 26. They won 3 Premier League titles. And the Carabao Cup, Community Shield, UEFA Champions League, they won it. So he left Milan and joined City really early on. Where's Pep? Donde Pep? Oh, he's at Chelsea. They have it up. Where are they? Oh, they're 10th. Liverpool is Simone Inzaghi. Villa is Unai Emery. Chelsea is Pep Guardiola. They had Zidane. They start with Potter. Potter left after 2 years. They had Zidane in. He won a cup. He won the UEFA Europa Conference League. Fulham is Brendan Rodgers. I could see that. Norwich, Dean Smith. Leicester, Imanol Alguacil. He was Real Sociedad B manager. He was Real Sociedad manager in 2018. Then a little 6-year break. And then he was hired by Leicester in 2023. Just 6 years off. Slaven Bilic is the Brentford manager. Dan Petrescu is the Wolves manager. Ange Postecoglou. He was Australia manager. Then he was in charge of Yokohama Marinos. Then he was in manager of Celtic. Then he went to be Palace manager. Bournemouth have Danny Cowley. Braintree, Lincoln, Huddersfield and Portsmouth. And then Bournemouth. Steve Cooper is at Forest. Frank is still in charge at Everton. Frank is still there. Serious point, jokey point. But no serious point. was very good for me. I played Norwich one time. I had him and some lad in the youth team. They were both so good. We played 4-4-2. And it was like the big man, little man combo. It was unbelievable. The big lad was a regen. He was so good. He was like 6'6", never lost a header. My favorite story about that, Gatchers. Alright, listen to this. Listen to this. This is so funny. This John Schnatter, this is incredible. I read this the other day on stream. So he basically said, these NFL protests are costing us money, and got in a bunch of trouble, right? So he said he's going to step down because of the controversy over his comments. Then, in July 2018, Schnatter participated in an internal training conference call with marketing consultants, in which there was a role-playing exercise to help Schnatter avoid making remarks that could cause public controversy and damage the company's reputation. So this is an internal training conference call, and the job of the call. Let's just set the scene here, John. Sorry, Mr. Schnatter. We've set up a training exercise. It's going to be like a conference call, and we've got a marketing company and some consultants have come in, and some training specialists, just to try to help you improve your public perception. I mean, you know, this is, a lot of it is about perception. So the public will worry, the shareholders will worry if there's a chance that you might say something that would be controversial. So the objective of today's training exercise is to try to figure out what kind of things you basically shouldn't say, especially in a meeting, or especially if it's in public. But if you could avoid, let's just work on that together. So let's just go through it today. It's a simple training exercise. So during the call, Schnatter said, Colonel Sanders, and he then said something very racist, and he never faced public outcry. Okay, John, thanks for that point. I'm just going to say, I think that's the wrong thing to say. Well, he then went on to say that people in his home state of Indiana used to drag African Americans from trucks until they died. After the call, the owner of the marketing agency moved to end its contract with Papa John's, and he resigned as chairman of the company the same day. Just honestly remarkable. 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 To be in a meeting talking about how you mustn't say things that are kind of like, you know, if we could sort of avoid saying these kind of things, that would be really good. You know what, Batty, I like you. Get up there, son. I don't even think that he was thinking this'll help. I think that if you are that kind of self-made, I built my business up, that kind of belligerent self-made man, which is always like, they're just dickheads. Do you know what I mean? Like Alan Sugar and people like that, they're all super belligerent. And why should I have to do X? Why should I have to do Y? And no one could tell me what to say. I calls them as I sees them, that kind of thing. You know, it's one of those things where you can't tell people like that you're fucking up. Because they're like, what do you mean I'm fucking up? I built this business up from nothing. I know what I'm doing. No, none of these management consultants can teach me anything. That kind of attitude. So he's in this meeting, and like a lot of these kind of super out of touch dudes, he's like, well, Colonel Sanders said all this racist shit and nobody had to go with him. Right, but Mr. Schnatter, when was Colonel Sanders alive? Let's find out. Colonel Sanders. Colonel Harland David Sanders, who was born in 1890. You know, people kind of expect someone born in the 19th century and who wasn't probably the most chill and progressive of dudes. They expect it maybe from Colonel Sanders. And he's not in charge anymore in 2018, which is when this was. He's dead. He died some time ago. That's a great ball. I think it is the word believe above the door, right? Isn't that there? I'll have to check, but I'm pretty sure that is there. Louis Fry. Name's Louis Fry. Young man, there's a place you should go. I said, young man. Oh, Anthony. Anthony. John Fleck, really? Is he still going? Christ. A second here would steady my nerves a wee bit, team. Good job. Yeah, that's a little Ted Lasso reference. Well done, lads. A good win. We needed that. Yeah, obviously delighted with the 3 points. Blackpool, you know, reasonably strong team. I feel like we should be winning that game, but I'm glad we did. It's happened a bit lately where I don't want to get stuck into this feeling that we should be winning games. You get nothing for should in football. It's only what you do that defines you. It's not who you are on the inside. It's what you do that defines you. And I tried to impress it upon the players. They just laughed. I'm not sure what was so funny about it, but they thought it was hilarious. I also told them, look, you lads are good footballers and people are looking up to you. You've got the power to make their dreams come true. And with great power comes great responsibility, you know. And they laughed at that as well. I wasn't quite sure what the humour was in it, but I'm serious, you know. I came up with these ideas and I'm trying to impress them on the lads. Hopefully they'll get the message. Do 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 do. Listen to this. This is how life was in the 19th century. This is the good old days, according to some people, of course. Holland David Sanders was born on September the 9th, 1890, in a four-room house located in Indiana. He was the oldest of three children born to Wilbur David and Margaret Ann Sanders. His mother was of Irish and Dutch descent. The family attended the Advent Christian Church. His father was a mild and affectionate man who worked his 80-acre farm until he broke his leg in a fall. He then worked as a butcher in Henryville for 2 years. Sanders' mother was a devout Christian and strict parent, continuously warning her children of the evils of alcohol, tobacco, gambling, and whistling on Sundays. Sanders' father died in 1895. His mother got work in a tomato cannery, and the young Holland was left to look after and cook for his siblings. By the age of 7, he was reportedly skilled with bread and vegetables and improving with meat. The children foraged for food while their mother was away at work for days at a time. In 1899, his mother remarried to Edward Park, and according to the 1900 census, his mother was widowed. When he was 10, Sanders began to work as a farmhand. In 1902, Sanders' mother remarried to William Broadus. The family moved to Greenwood, Indiana. Sanders had a tumultuous relationship with his stepfather. In 1903, aged only 12, he dropped out of 7th grade, later stating that algebra is what drove me off, and went to live and work on a nearby farm. At age 13, he left home. Took a job painting horse carriages in Indianapolis. When he was 14, he moved to southern Indiana to work as a farmhand. Wowzers. So his uncle worked for a streetcar company, so he was a conductor in a streetcar. He falsifies his date of birth to enlist in the U.S. Army as a wagoner / teamster in Cuba, being awarded the Cuban Pacification Medal. He was honorably discharged in 1907 and moved to Sheffield, where his uncle lived. And there he worked as a blacksmith's helper. Then he moved to Jasper, Alabama, where he got a job cleaning the ash pans of trains when they'd finished their runs. Then he became a fireman, which is a steam engine stoker, from the age of 16. He worked the job for nearly 3 years until he was fired for insubordination after he got sick. Then began labouring work with Norfolk and Western Railways, and he married. They had 3 children, some of whom perished early. He then worked as a fireman on the Illinois Central Railroad. Then they moved to Jackson in Tennessee. By night, he studied law by correspondence through the LaSalle Extension University. He lost his job at Illinois after brawling with a colleague. While Sanders moved to work for the Rock Island Railroad, Josephine and their children went to live with her parents. Then he began to practice law in Little Rock, which he did for 3 years, earning enough in fees for his family to move with him. His legal career ended after a courtroom brawl with his own client destroyed his reputation. As a fighter, this period represented a real low point for Sanders. As his biographer John Ed Pierce wrote, he'd encountered repeated failure largely through bullheadedness, a lack of self-control, impatience, and a self-righteous lack of diplomacy. Wow. Following this, he moved back in with his mother, worked on the Pennsylvania Railroad. Then they moved to Jeffersonville, where he got a job selling life insurance for Prudential. Then he left. He moved to Louisville and got a sales job with Mutual Benefit Life of New Jersey. Age 30, he established a ferryboat company which operated a boat on the Ohio River. He canvassed for funding, becoming a minority shareholder, and was appointed secretary of the company. The ferry was an instant success. At around 1922, he took a job as secretary of the Chamber of Commerce in Columbus, Indiana. But he wasn't very good at it. Resigned after less than a year. He cashed in his ferryboat company shares for $22,000 and used the money to establish a company manufacturing acetylene lamps. The venture failed after Delco introduced an electric lamp that it sold on credit. He then moved to Kentucky to work as a salesman for the Michelin Tire Company. He lost his job in 1924 when Michelin closed its New Jersey manufacturing plant. In 1924, by chance, he met the general manager of Standard Oil of Kentucky, who asked him to run a service station in Nicholasville. In 1930, the station closed as a result of the Great Depression. Man, he's not had it easy. He's been trying things his whole life. In 1930, the Shell Oil Company offered Sanders a service station in North Corbin, Kentucky, rent-free in return for paying the company a percentage of sales. He began to serve chicken and other meals such as country ham and steaks. Initially, he served the customers in his adjacent living quarters before opening a restaurant. It was during this period that Sanders was involved in a shootout with Matt Stewart, a local competitor, over the repainting of a sign directing traffic to his station. Stewart killed a Shell employee who was with Sanders and was convicted of murder, eliminating Sanders' competition. Sanders was commissioned as a Kentucky colonel in 1935. It's the highest title of honor bestowed by the Commonwealth of Kentucky. By Kentucky Governor Ruby Laffoon. What a name. His local popularity grew, and in 1939, food critic Duncan Hines visited and included it in Adventures in Good Eating, his guide to restaurants throughout the U.S. The entry read, Corbin, Kentucky, Sanders Court and Cafe. A very good place to stop en route to Cumberland Falls and the Great Smokies. Continuous 24-hour service, sizzling steaks, fried chicken, country ham, hot biscuits. In July 1939, Sanders acquired a motel in Asheville, North Carolina. His North Corbin restaurant and motel were destroyed in a fire. Oh my God. And he had it rebuilt as a motel with a 140-seat restaurant. By July 1940, now aged 50, Sanders had finalized his secret recipe for frying chicken in a pressure fryer that cooked the chicken faster than pan frying. As the United States entered World War II, gas was rationed and tourism dried up. Sanders was forced to close his Asheville motel. He went to work as a supervisor in Seattle until the latter part of 1942. He later ran cafeterias for the government and ordnance works in Tennessee, followed by a job as an assistant cafeteria manager. He left his mistress as manager of the North Corbin restaurant and motel. Then he sold the business, divorced his wife, married another woman. That's Claudia, his mistress. He was recommissioned as a Kentucky colonel in 1950 by his friend, Governor Lawrence Weatherby. In 1952, this is interesting. In 1952, Sanders franchised his secret recipe, Kentucky Fried Chicken, for the first time to Pete Harmon of South Salt Lake, Utah, the operator of one of that city's largest restaurants. In the first year of selling the product, restaurant sales more than tripled. 75% of that increase coming from sales of fried chicken. Incredible. In Utah, a product hailing from Kentucky was unique and evoked imagery of Southern hospitality. Don Anderson, a sign paid to hide by Harmon, coined the name Kentucky Fried Chicken. After Harmon's success, several other restaurant owners franchised the concept and paid Sanders 4 cents per chicken. Sanders believed his North Corbin restaurant would remain successful indefinitely, but at age 65 sold it after the new interstate reduced customer traffic. Left only with his savings and $105 a month from Social Security, Sanders decided to begin to franchise his chicken concept in earnest. Traveled the U.S. looking for suitable restaurants. Often sleeping in the back of his car, he visited restaurants, offered to cook his chicken, and if workers liked it, negotiated franchise rights. Wow. Although such visits required much time, eventually potential franchisees began visiting him instead. He ran the company while Claudia mixed and shipped the spices to the restaurants. This is fascinating. I had no idea. That the Colonel Sanders path was such a long and awkward one. Nowadays, people try once, fail, and give up. Yeah, that's right. I'm sure everyone back then was trying as hard as Colonel Sanders did. Good shout. Anecdotal evidence. Case closed. These kids today wouldn't work as hard as Colonel Sanders bloody did, I tell you what. They try once and they give up. What are you basing that on? Well, Colonel Sanders did that. Who's done that? Yes, Jaden? That's dog shit. Luton, a second. Ugh. Exactly, Verd. Exactly. It's the John Schnatter style myth. Well, I made it, therefore everyone else should be able to, and I'm going to be a big racist about it. All of you enjoying working from home, bear in mind, Sir Alan Sugar, or is it Lord Alan, or Lord Sugar, whichever it is, he reckons that working from home is a load of bollocks and people shouldn't be allowed to do it. So, self-made man talking out of his fucking arse again. All I'm saying is, right, if they all work from home, let's get Ferguson on. And let's get Cantwell on for Raphael. Let's get the big RG lad. What's his name? No, we haven't got him. Martin Sheriff. Yeah, we'll try Martin Sheriff. Go advanced forward. I want you to go run past them all. Ugh. My mate says the current debate on TalkSport is Sean Dyche's voice putting off prospective employers. Good heavens. Iran World Cup squad announcement delayed amid reported pressure on coach to drop star striker Azmoun and other players sympathetic to protests over repression of women in Iran. Wowzers. The franchise approach became highly successful. KFC was one of the first fast food chains to expand internationally, opening outlets in Canada and later the UK, Australia, Mexico and Jamaica. Sanders obtained a patent protecting his method of pressure frying chicken in 1962 and trademarked the phrase, "It's finger looking good," in 1963. The company's rapid expansion to more than 600 locations became overwhelming for the aging Sanders. In 1964, then 73, he sold the Kentucky Fried Chicken Corporation for $2 million, which is today's $17.5 million in today's money, to a partnership of Kentucky businessmen headed by John Y. Brown Jr., a 29-year-old lawyer and future governor of Kentucky, and Jack C. Massey, a venture capitalist and entrepreneur. Sanders became a salaried brand ambassador. The initial deal did not include Canada, which he retained, nor the franchising rights in UK, Florida, Utah, and Montana, which Sanders had already sold to others. In 1965, he moved to Mississauga, Ontario, a suburb of Toronto, to oversee his Canadian franchises and continue to collect franchise appearance fees. He died in 1980. He was a friend of Billy Graham, who was a dickhead, and Jerry Falwell, who was also a dickhead. Interesting. Interesting. He did not think that the food was up to scratch. He called it goddamn slop. Yeah, Japan, that's a weird thing. It's a weird thing, KFC in Japan. It's like the KFC in Japan. KFC Japan was originally formed as a joint venture between the American parent company and Mitsubishi. Following 4 years of negotiations, Mitsubishi was awarded the franchise rights to KFC Japan, and a test store was opened at the Osaka World Expo in March 1970. After the debut proved successful, the first proper store was opened in the suburban location of Nagoya in November 1970. In 1970, Takeshi Okawara, manager of the first KFC restaurant in Japan, began promoting fried chicken party barrels as a Christmas meal intended to serve as a substitute for the traditional American turkey dinner. Okawara marketed the party barrels as a way to celebrate Christmas, a holiday which lacked widespread traditions in Japan at the time. They began expanding the promotion nationwide in 1974 with its long-running Kentucky for Christmas. Eating KFC food as a Christmas-time meal has since become widely practiced. As of 2019 in Japan, Christmas sales of KFC made Christmas Eve account for nearly 5% of their annual revenue. That is bonkers. 5% of their annual revenue. I didn't see it, but I heard about it. I have not, Jansky. Right, referee. Take control of the match. Oh yeah. Don't let him have a run. You know, boys. Oof. Oh. It's a great goal. Yes! An OG. They got in each other's way. That's a great goal. That's a terrific goal. Great ball from Raphael. Good heavens. Cracking finish as well. Your ad is about to start. Snooze. Oh, no, I'm not going to snooze it. We're on a break. My ad's about to start. Callum Britton, improved contract. I don't think so, Callum. You need to show that you're worth it. $20K a week. I'm not going to give you a new contract just because you asked for it. I'm sorry, buddy. What critics has he had? I have not been following Man United's progress. I apologize. Has he been... oh gosh, we've got to play Orient. Am I going to get booed? Turning up late to things? That's unacceptable. Let's pick up where we left off, boys. We've got to go to Orient. I'm going to get booed. Can we stop Muller? We cannot. Should have signed him. Fuck. Oh, that would have been impressive, but instead it was dog. Oh my. Oh! Get fucked, you snake! Sorry, calm down. Oh, hello, there's a boo-boo! How have we not scored there? That's offside, ref! Surely go off the line, nice. We let that in, it's all over. Well in, Batty. It's a great ball. Use it. You got a Todd! What the fuck is that, son? You got lucky here, boy. Yes! I'm running down the touchline. I'm punching the air, waving the latent fans. See you in the fucking car, bastards. Turn! Cantwell playing a 1-2 off the defender there. Beautiful. Yes, boys! Obviously fantastic to come back here for so many reasons. Got a lot of time for Leyton Orient Football Club. Great fans, not the ones behind me today. They were a bit rude. They were a bit rude. You know, there's kids present. That's some of the stuff they were saying about my mum. Unacceptable. But you know, we showed them. We showed them. Nikolai Muller, still a top player. Wish we'd signed him. In all honesty, he's a terrific talent, but wasn't to be. He's absolutely doing it. He's tremendous. You know, tremendous player. And if he continues to improve, he could go all the way. But yeah, they're a good side. I know they are. you know, I built that team, and the core of it is still there, still strong. But we're a very strong side as well, and we didn't let the 2-0 lead that they got knock us. We stayed strong, we stayed committed, stayed professional right until the very end, and Todd's come up with a tremendous equaliser. So happy, yeah, they're a good side. Point away from home, we'll take that. This is a hard division, you know. People expect us to win every game. That's not going to happen. You know, it takes time. It's a long season. You've got to get points every single time you play. A point here, 3 there. And obviously we're still on course where we want to be. We're third. We're doing all right. So no complaints really. But yeah, good game. Good game. And well played, Leyton Orient. Yeah, someone called me a fucking snake. It's brutal. I mean, I won 2 league titles and a cup for Leyton. You'd think there'd be some gratitude there. Erling Haaland. I mean, it's a stupid question. It's always Erling Haaland. The answer to all questions is Erling Haaland. Yes, referee, thank you. Finally, a referee with their eyes open, switched on, paying attention. Who's taking it? Cantwell, alright. Go on, Todd. Todd! Oh. God, that would have broken the goal. Great save, Baxter. Mark Dominic Solanke. Good idea. That's a very Watford signing, isn't it? Oh! The fuck was that? Alright, Anthony, you've been given a second bite of the cherry. Good effort. Jesus! Christ! Great ball, Phillips. Dolan, nice. Cantwell sends one in. Anthony was almost there. Christ, that would have been good. Well done, boys. Bundle him off it. Jose. Oh, you are such a shitter. Anthony. Sheriff is through. Oh. Perez, that is a fucking disgrace. Get him off. Get him off. Gah. Gah. Oh, come on. Should have won. Create a ton of chances. Score the goal. Score the goal. Put the ball in the net. It's a simple game. Is Football Manager the original auto battler, the ability arena of sport? It does feel like an auto battler, doesn't it? You just kind of stick your lads on the pitch and hope for the best. And yeah, I'd say it is basically like a sporting auto battler. Just got to chat to Mrs. F very quick when you get some water and pop to the loop. Siobhan's a good name. We've lost Yeri Mina, which is a blow.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Shruggy just resubbed for 60 months.
We've got him until January, that's alright.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Heathcliff the Punctual just resubbed for 2 months. Woot God Gamer Alert, Woot God Gamer Alert.
Thank you. That is fucking criminal, son. That's a great goal. That is a great goal. Oh. Yeah, an important win. You know, Cardiff, tricky team. The pressure's on us because we're near the top of the table. We're happy, you know, we want that pressure. Keep putting it on us. I want the club and I want the players to think they need to be doing well every game. That's the kind of pressure you want. I thought we put on a good defensive sort of performance today. Defensive masterclass almost. Restricted them very well. And the keeper was troubled once. And defended well, created some good chances, managed to take one. I just wish we were a bit more clinical in front of goal, because sometimes, you know, that 1-0 is a pretty perilous cliff to park your car on. So, you know, you don't want to do that, because if you've left the handbrake off, it could roll into the sea, and you'd lose 2 points and your car, obviously. Pie Sports. I miss 4-4-2. I hate modern football's formations. One up front. It's boring. Boring. Two up front. Two up front. Two midfielders. Two wingers. Two up front. Lots of twos. Two. One guy in goal, obviously. Two centre-backs, two full-backs, two wingers, two midfielders, two strikers. That's good. One up front, three in midfield. Wingers that are expected to tuck in. Blech. All the fullbacks. Oh, they're thrilling. It's boring, man. And nobody's... Where are the great strikers? There's like one or two. There's hardly any really exciting good strikers to watch. What happened? What happened? So many of these great names of the past would not have had a place. Where would Del Piero have played? Where would Del Piero have played? You can't play him on his own up front. He dropped off a lot. Thierry Henry liked to start out wide left. That was what he did, right? Did that quite a lot. But you put him, Ian Wright and Dennis Bergkamp. There's a lovely front two, right? A man playing off the back of the last defender and a striker dropping deep. Thierry Henry, he's stuck out wide left now. I want him up front. I want him up front. I want him doing whatever he wants to. He started off as a left winger at Monaco. And Wenger was like, why isn't this guy playing as a striker? And fucking stuck him up front. It was much better. And sometimes, yes, he would start off deep and run with the ball. But you don't want to tell him he has to stay out there. It's a waste. York and Cole. Where would Zola fit in these days? It's just unacceptable. I think it's a shame. Let's look at strikers. Serie A 90s. Baggio, Del Piero, Totti, Vieri, Zola, Inzaghi, Vialli, Mancini, Ravanelli, Signori, Montella, Chiesa, Schilacci, Casiraghi, Dario Hubner. I don't know who Daniel Massaro is. Who's this other lad? This is Del Vecchio, I think his name is. He was good. Igor Protti. Maurizio Gantz was decent. Simone Inzaghi. Marco Ferrante. Nicola Amoruso. Francesco Baiano, yeah. Paolo Poggi. Anyone remember him? Roberto Muzzi. Good players, man. Or is it just the Italians? It's just the Italians. So this is the of any nationality. Totti, Rui Costa. Who else did they have? Giuseppe Signori, yeah, all right, I'll give you that. Ruud Gullit was great. Lilian Thuram was great. Vialli was great. Zidane was great. Van Basten was great. Mancini was great. Del Piero, Ronaldo, Baresi, Batistuta, Baggio. I mean, there's just so many big names. So many great names. And then you've got like George Weah and people like that. I mean, you know, Crespo. Exactly. So many great strikers. I don't think you could find 5 great strikers in the world these days. I think you'd be hard pressed. Benzema looks like a good striker, like a proper striker. He was a 10, but there is no room for a 10 these days. Can you check Brunori from Palermo again? If you wait till after this match, I will do it. Does Mbappe play as a 9? I thought he played sort of on the left for PSG. Could be wrong. Zlatan was like one of the last of the great strikers, you know? That is a ridiculous ball. And superb control. Oh. Well, it was the strongest league. In the 90s, Serie A was like the league. Genuinely. It was like the league. Everybody wanted to play there. Spain was a mess. France, you know, Germany. Germany was strong-ish. But Serie A was just the #1 league. That was the best one with all the biggest teams, all the most money. You know, that was the one. Premier League was still getting going. Italy and Italian football seemed quite far ahead of where we were at the time. I mean, people like Gavin Peacock were still getting games at top teams. What the fuck? It was just the biggest league, so all the best players went there. Show me something else in the second half. This one always works. Yeah, it was like continual money. And the Premier League marketed itself so well overseas that even more money came in. And then nowadays, I mean, you know, top players, you have to come to the Premier League because that's where the moolah is. This is dog shit. John Charles. Yes. Craig Charles. Good defending, holy shit. Yes! Oh, end to end. Yeah, tremendous result. The sort of result that builds momentum, you know. Peterborough right up here in the upper reaches of the table. They're battling just like we are to take a 2-0 lead like that. You know, you think heads are going to drop, but these lads are built different. You know, they never give up. They never surrender. They just keep going and going and they never surrender. You do wonder, I think some of Ronaldo's point, if Ronaldo said this stuff and he was playing well, people would say, oh, he's got a point. But because he's playing poorly, as are, you know, Man U in general, and not playing where they expect to be, it's like, what does this old has-been know? Do you know what I mean? If you're going to criticize anything, you can't do it when people are saying, why is he still playing? He's not up to it anymore, blah, blah, blah. Which I think is a real shame. It's a really ignominious way for his career to end. To go to the club where it all started and essentially be there at the wrong time. Be the wrong player at the wrong time. Well, they are playing without him. I mean, this is Ronaldo, right? His ego is unbelievable. Those ones weren't really that charged. All right. He's 37. Like, he's never going to be at his best. He is still, I think, a player that you could fit into a team. I really believe that. The problem is that if the team has to be built around Ronaldo, it's not worth it anymore. For a 37-year-old, immobile compared to what he needs to be, it's not. He's not good enough for you to build the team around him. But he's never, you know, for years he's played as the fulcrum of a team, right? So what do? Do you say to him, you're just going to have to play differently? And who do you drop? I mean, he obviously just wants to go, and this is the way to get it done. Where does he go? I don't think anyone in the Premier League would want him. That's a big club. Well done, Britain. That's a great ball. Yes, we bundled it in. Put it on the highlight DVD. You should go to the States. I'm sure he'd do well in America. Well done. Handball! Stay with him, Britain. You want that new contract. Luckily Phillips is there to bail everybody out. Fucking hell. God, if we had some wingers who could score, I swear to God. Yes, McAtee! Who's AI Schmidt? It would be good if you could use the mouse pointer and the guy with the ball would follow the mouse pointer. You have to click on the players and drag them to make runs. No, you monkey! What are you doing? Oh, Britain wants a new... Oh, it was Fry. Wants a new contract. Yes! Big save! Big save, Baxter! But it was Britain again, giving away a penalty as a protest, me not giving him a contract. Fancy a game of Dotes at 3 o'clock. Who have you got, Bob? Big Schmitty? Close. What don't you understand about it? Your keeper plays like an American. Fascinating thing to say. Alex Smith of Hat Films fame is on Dota. Yeah, I'm sure he is. He plays a surprising amount. I did find a YouTube channel for a Big Smitty, but he didn't strike me as the Big Smitty of Twitch fame, fanning bills at all the titty streamers.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Cloudy Mungo just resubbed for 7 months.
Very good because American keepers are good. Are they? I can think of Brad Friedel, who was good. And I can think of that other lad. What was his name? What's the bracket streaming? What's that? Tim Howard. Tim Howard was a good goalie. So that's 2. Who else has there been? Sylvester Stallone in Escape to Victory. Casey Keller, yeah, he was alright. Scott Sterling. Brad Guzan, fuck off. Oh, Brunori. Alright, let's have a look at Brunori. Which one? Was it Matteo Brunori? 32 years of age. He's barely played this season, but he was doing alright in Serie B. Scott Chegg, of course. Very funny joke that's doing the rounds at the moment. Very funny joke. Doing the rounds. Baxter's done well for us, I think. I mean, I wouldn't say American keepers are better than other keepers. It just seems to be the only position Americans can actually play. I mean, Pulisic looks a decent player. Landon Donovan was okay. I liked Brian McBride at Fulham. Big lad. Big battering ram striker. I liked him. He wasn't particularly good, but I liked him. Brian McBride. Hi there, I'm Brian McBride. It's a pleasure to be playing here at Fulham Football Club. I play in a position known as striker, and it's my job to score the goals, which I intend to do. I intend to score as many goals as I can. Jose Altidore is my role model, as is Freddie Adu. Anyone remember Freddie Adu? What a player. I would love to know what scouts saw in Freddie Adu. Altidore was fucking awful. Let's see if we can find this. Josie with a Z, right? Josie Altidore, major disappointment.
Josie Altidore's playing career could be summed up into one word, it would be a goddamn... If Josie Altidore's playing career could be summed up into one word...
Just watch that. This is Josie.
Career could be summed up
He did get
one
pulled
word,
down.
It would be a goddamn major disappointment. And I know that's 2 words.
Oh dear.
But Josie couldn't tell you the difference. He has a tenuous grasp on the English language as is. Throughout his careers, he's had some highs, he's had some lows, and he's had some highly questionable tweets. This video was a long time in the making. As you could say, he's been a disappointment since conception. Inception.
Look at this overhead kick.
Disappointment since conception. Inception effect. Josie started off his uninspiring career with the New Jersey Red Bulls. Played alright, played decent. Decent enough to earn a move abroad to Villarreal in 2008. But we all know, nothing good ever comes out of New Jersey. Josie Altidore, you could call him. You know I love my wordplay, but Josie's overall gameplay was lacking. He was loaned out to multiple clubs, being Chera City in La Liga 2, Hull City in the EPL, and Bursaspor in the Turkish Liga. For a lack of a better term, Josie sucked on all these teams. These teams suck. All around, everyone sucked. Josie couldn't even find any minutes with second division club Cheras, and don't even get me started with relegation-bound team Hull and Bursaspor. With Hull, he scored a whopping 1 goal in 28 games. Woo! Pathetic by Josie. Hull still blames him to this day for getting relegated, and with Turkish side Bursaspor, he played just as bad or even worse as he only scored 1 goal, making him the undisputed 1-goal wonder. Josie had blood on his hands at this point, causing the demise and relegation of 2 teams back to back. This wouldn't be the end to his wedding-crashing tirade. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. At this point, Villarreal had enough of Josie and sold him to Dutch giants AZ Alkmaar. Would have probably sold him for free if they had to. Anything to get him off of those books. With AZ Alkmaar, he actually tricked us into thinking he was good, scoring 15 goals his first season and 23 the next, placing 4th in the Golden Boot race. Here he had many fooled, including myself, but just like many other prolific scorers in the Eredivisie, oftentimes it doesn't translate to better leagues. Just look at Alfonso Alves and Vincent Janssen. Those are 2 names you do not want to be associated with. Following his 2 extraordinarily lucky seasons,
lucky
for a whopping 11 million euros to EPL club Sunderland, making him one of
Sorry,
the most
Bob.
expensive flops in soccer history. His first season with Sunderland, he scored 1 goal, a tribute to his nickname, 1-goal wonder. Somehow, even with this low of production, Sunderland were not demoted and Josie got to play 1 more season in the big leagues. The next season with Sunderland, he proved everybody wrong and played even worse, scoring no goals. Context, I even had the same amount of goals as Josie that season. If any scouts are watching this,
I'm following this one. This is funny.
Production, but with less locker room disruption. Sunderland withdrew with him and chucked him curbside. Flipping burgers was a real possibility for Josie. His future was uncertain. Would he ever kick a ball again? The answer: he would. He signed with Toronto FC in Major League Soccer and played good. Part due to him riding Giovinco's coattails and him being on one of the best goddamn teams in the league. Giovinco won him the treble in 2017, and since then the fame has really gone to his head. He has actually convinced himself that he's a god-tier player. Delusions of grandeur. Last week, he went on a Kanye-like Twitter mental breakdown and called out Taylor Twellman and poor old Bobby Warshaw out of all people. Taylor Twellman, I get it if you want to rant about him, but Bobby, goddamn, he's such a great guy. Here's the first tweet, and I quote,
Taylor Twellman national team career was laughable. Easily should be that analyst or Mia Hamm. Twellman needs to be on Extra Time Radio with Bobby Warshaw. He a white boy with connects. Stop giving him a platform.
Okay, there's a lot to digest here. First off, Taylor's career was cut short by head injuries, not by getting us eliminated from the World Cup, Josie. And yes, I took that one straight off of Twitter. It was too good to leave off of our video. And secondly, Josie, minimizing a man's accomplishments to him, just being a white boy with connects, is objectively racist. If the roles were reversed, Twellman would have already been canceled and filming an apology video right now. Extremely disappointed in you, Josie. And not only that, but he doubled down the next day, where he commented on Taylor Twellman's tweet and said,
Your money can't fix this big, strong, powerful issue. Acknowledge it and be better. I don't want nor need your charity.
Oh, the ratio.
Oof. That is not a good look. And I think many, including us, are very confused at what he's angry about. He's just mad for the sake of being mad. Taylor Twellman took the higher road, and Josie just keeps stooping lower and lower and lower with each and every tweet. Be careful, Josie. You might pull a hammy with all this typing. The only probable reason I think for his tweeting rampage is that he is still butthurt that Taylor has Sergeant above Josie for that starting position, which I'm pretty sure everyone does at this point. Just look at Josie's last season with Toronto. 2 goals in 15 games? Now that's laughable. I know for sure that I never want to see Josie in a USMNT sweater again. Next stop for him is retirement, and it looks like it may come sooner than we thought. Josie out the door? Go yourself, buddy. Well, if you enjoyed this episode...
Well, what's this? I've been invited to a game of Dota by big weebs. Who else is in the stack? Bob? Ringroads? Butch Joe? Go on then. Oh wait, that's it. Go on then. Yeah, alright. One game. Ein game. Okay, never mind. They're in game. They've already filled it up. Alright, I will see you lads at 8 o'clock.